As we are, once again, live upon the internet on a very weird time for me, as I'm making sure everything is alive and working, and that my voice is actually not out of sync. It isn't, which is good because I can't sleep. So I'm gonna go play video games. Games of the video variety. And yeah, hopefully it works out. We'll see. Yeah, there's a thing I wanted to do. Well, there's two things I wanted to do. First, I want to actually do a little bit of an inventory thing that I've been meaning to do. And I might as well do it now, as I'm in the background just going into the build collection.
Hostile guardians are now active.
Going down here to this checklist. Because I remember actually 3.01. Which one is 3.01? Wait, it's 3.01 in here still. I need a TKB. That's what I need. That's what's in there. Good morning there, Scooby. And yeah, that is indeed early. I had to get up. That's also why I was got off on a pretty decent time yesterday. So I had to get up this morning to go open up shop, basically. Which just entails me going there, just opening the building for other people, as no senior people were available for this morning. And just counting the registers and just getting everybody going. So, but then I came back, and usually I can get back to sleep. Lately, I've been having issues with that. So I was awake anyway. I was like, yeah, now what? I'm gonna go play Division. And then I was like, should I stream? And then I went, let's stream.
I've got it.
So that's been my morning. Although of course for others it is either very late or something else. Or very early, or just midday if you're in the Australian in Australia, or that side of the universe, of this cinematic universe. Actually, yeah, let's just pick the right browser. Let me as well just wiggle the chat bot, or the chat bot. Just might as well see if we can get it going in one go. Doing all the wiggling things on and off. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, but yeah, seeing as I couldn't sleep, I was like, but there was already two things I want. Well, two things. One we already started yesterday, which is working a little bit on a negotiator thingy. The other one is while we were looking at negotiator, I was going through my inventories for some of the characters. I was trying to find a Cheska that was free talentable. And one of the things I came up to was that they're not that. Yeah, I could use a few more free talentable things. And some of them I already have. Like I have, likely, for instance, if I'm missing one of these, for instance, I would have that. This one, for instance, isn't free talentable, but is blue coreable. But actually, I think I have the exact, I have this exact one. I've even started optimizing it. I should just swap this for this or something. And then, just put optimized one already back in here. So I'm going to basically do some inventorying for a little bit, and then also a little bit of seeing if, well, likely not though, the negotiator thingy that we started yesterday, the recommended the negotiator. Might do just one or two more of these, just keep it rolling for it. But anyway, while we wait for the YouTube side of things to or well, the chatbot on that side to also start working again. But usually it will, not in the first 10 minutes or so. But yeah, just to answer John B's question of do I play on Xbox? No, I exclusively play on PC. Not any specific reasoning, but just I've always been on PC. So, well, not always, but no. I've played consoles in the past, but I don't own any of the consoles nowadays. So I'm just on the PCs. And good morning there as well. What would they even say there? Velu? And yeah, indeed, it's the. I actually have my coffee. Although, you know what I dislike about this thing? I usually, of course, grab it with my right hand because I'm a right-handed. But actually, on the other side, I literally. Oh yeah, Milan, of course. That's. But yeah, I have a in loving memory of a good friend. Well, as we have the hedgehogs there. But yeah, you never get to see it because it's usually that side, and then yeah, even if I try to do that, the software that is cutting my background out kind of goes, you know, goes a little bit silly. But stupid that's not on both sides. Like, how did that even happen? Indeed, the comics. And yeah, actually, let me have a wiggle at that chatbot one more time. The stream is actually, well, yeah. I was gonna say the stream is actually like listed and not set to unlisted, hopefully. But yeah, that should be the case because there are people viewing. So how would they otherwise be there? We'll give the chatbot a few minutes, but yeah, I'll just answer the other ones in the meantime. But yeah, I'm gonna basically sit here and inventory for a little bit and chat about things. And if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to just distract me and make it take longer. Although, of course, I love that. So you know, sometimes the distractions are actually the main, you know. Sometimes dessert is actually the thing, you know, you want to go to dinner for. You know? So yeah, let's actually have a look at this because. So this one's free talentable. This one's free talentable because also in the next season it's going to be much more valuable. Because we'll have the recalibrating thing, the in the field recalibrate or yeah. Recalibration, so that will also save me a bunch of space as well on some stuff because I sometimes carry around extra backpacks, or for instance, for the safeguard FI, I very much do, and yeah, I can just replace those by just reconfiguring or recalibrating each time. The price for that is so tiny anyway. And also as well, basically turn it into a shopping list. That's why I have this open. So we'll add some stuff into this as a, actually one thing I can already do. I see there because this rock and roll, while still on this list, is no longer required as I have the blueprint for it now. So, and we actually still have a few reworks on this one set, especially the two FIs, so 2.04 and 5.04, because I want to rework both of them to be different versions with the setup backpack, but haven't done that yet. I might do that later. Actually, that might be an easier one to do than doing the negotiator ones. And yeah, so this one I wouldn't care if it's free talentable or not. So this one doesn't matter. This one's free talentable. This one's free talentable. Also, I'm using yeah, just for the mod difference. One of them is with a PFE mod, and the other isn't. So I'm using two chests here, where yeah, just I could have one chest and the mod going over between them. But you know, I'm a crazy person, so. Yeah, this one I'm okay with. So something special like those, or like something like this, I'm perfectly okay with it not being free talentable. But especially just, you know, for instance, this Cheska chest, there's no reason for me to. It's used in 2 builds, so we'll just refurbish those builds basically, and with some of the parts I have in here. Because also I'll have less need of keeping, you know, a spotter chest like that in my stash, because I can, if I really need to go spotter, I can just do that in the field in the future. And likely what we'll do as well, actually. So one thing I'm going to do is get rid of this thing. I only need one of these. And also, I don't even need this one. It's obliterate, which just maybe if I ever want to make a DZ build, but I already have another DZ build in mind where I'm going to just not use this. And also, yeah, Unbreakable Adrenaline Rush is so much the meta there anyway, so. We're going to just get rid of that one. So we're going to get rid of this one because this other one can become that exact thing. A blue core, it's already there basically with other things. The annoying thing here is going to be just because we're using it in 2 places. It's the mod, but also actually, so Rust Walnut. Actually, wait, let's, yeah, I'm doing it the wrong way. Let's load the loadout first. So it's used there and there. So we'll start with this one. I'm going to deconstruct this thing already, but they can go. Because otherwise, yeah, we would have 2 of them. Yeah, so this one. Wait, actually, we need to. So this one. So. And yeah, this is just maintenance kinds of stuff, but it often comes in handy, and I just like doing it just partially as well, just, you know, trying to make the inventory work the best that I can is also sometimes the fun of it. Trying to organize stuff, you know, to be more efficient is not something I'm against ever. So yeah, we're gonna put that in there. And yeah, we're gonna retalent it later. I'm keeping it on the spotter talent for now, just because it's easier to see which one was which one. And I wish you could just like right click maybe here the chest and go like, don't load this for the next load, or just skip this one. Because then I could just load it like this and just, because that's sometimes, of course, we're gonna run into Cheska chests and backpacks quite often being used in multiple spots, as here, for instance. Let's put those mods back in. Also, there's only 112 crit mod here now, right? Yes. Just, reusing the same mod and not putting 112 into this one, 112 into the other one, even though it's the same chest, because that would be annoying. And here it becomes because later on as well, I definitely know there's a few Providence places where I have a Providence chest we can do the same way. Getting the other ones out of my stash as well. So this one now is no longer in any, and then goes away. I'm gonna wiggle the YouTube side of things once more, because it doesn't seem to be wanting to be alive upon this internet. See if that helps. As I turn the thing on and off, you would think that would rejig it. Because yes, usually when it's not updating the YouTube number, it's not completely hooked into YouTube yet. Showing 0 there where there are a few viewers out there. Yeah, let's recalibrate this. So this chest becomes obliterate, becoming the obliterate chest of this character. And the other one can become a blue core one. Because that's really the only reason to keep that one. Wait, what? This is... Oh, it's been optimized. For a second there, I was like, wait, why do I have this chest with Mad Bomber and like just only this is recalibratable? But that's because the other two have been optimized already. You can't recalibrate on top of an optimization. But yeah, this of course becomes also an obliterate chest. Let's get that out of the way as well. As yeah, I did optimize that chest, but didn't recalibrate it to be a normal talent. I'll already make this an obliterate because we'll run into that later. I already know there's an obliterate chest that can become free talent pool with Providence. So this one becomes a blue core. There we go. Because yeah, once I have everything, most of the things just free talentable instead of how I'm setting it up now with it being, you know, giving some Cheska chest and stuff in there in the stash. If I don't need to, then I just won't. I'll just toss them away or only use them for beautification. Because for instance, this one isn't great looking. It's free optimizations, but also that's just sometimes how it runs. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes. Yeah. Let's go through backpacks here as well for a second. But also, so this one's free talentable. This one's free talentable and red. That's a gift. That's a named as well. That's a named. This one's free talentable. That one's free talentable. And that one's free talentable. So okay. So we're basically good on her. And this one isn't, but this one is also one that I'm like blue coring. Also, it's something I barely ever use, because this is the high-end tech tank, and normally just, you know, this goes in here. But once in a while, I used to run it this way around for the DZ. This has actually kind of worked in the DZ in the past when stuff was a little less optimized in there, especially for instance as well having contractors here, which she has from a different build. And that's also why there's a Sadist weapon as a secondary saved here. And also why there's 2 Cheska pieces in that build saved like that. Yeah, so I think this character is pretty good. One thing while I'm going at it anyway, because we'll add them to the shopping list. But also, actually, let me just load this right here. So people inspect me, they don't think I am insane completely. Actually, let me get that raises a question. If they're concerned about gear swapping because of talent combination, that shouldn't be possible. I wonder if they'll lock down the tinkering menu to save zones and out of combat. I would assume that thing will already be out of combat. I would think. Like, also likely just by clunkiness, because what it seems to just do is just open up basically that menu. So it's not really an, I mean, maybe somebody will find a way of abusing it in combat, but I'd see it more as in between combat, and it might actually lead to some interesting things and much more resource use as well for it, which is kind of, like, think about it in for instance raid or something. We usually, for instance, don't take. We used to sometimes go with silly things, especially if you're on the doors with the thing that turns your skill into a shock when it's deployed, into a shocking thing. We would sometimes use that, but nowadays we don't, because we're just too lazy. Or, well, even towards the end when I was still raiding, we wouldn't, because we're too lazy to just equip that. But if you could, you know, right... Oh yeah, tamper-proof, thank you. Right before going, for instance, into boss 2, if you're on the doors, basically, if you can't swap it to that and then swap it back for, the next boss fight and stuff. I could see myself doing stuff like that, or just playing around more with talents, just because in the field you can, go like, okay, I mean, it's always giving up damage and stuff, but sometimes it is okay giving up a little bit of damage. Also, let me give one more try to this, to our friend of the bot variety, as it's still not doing its thing with the tubes of the U variety. And we'll do the drastic thing of unlinking it and relinking it, because that sometimes fixes it as well. Even though it's annoying, because every time I link it again, I get like 3, both on my phone, I get a thing, and then I get like 2 mails from Google going, "You've added this thing to your thing. Are you sure?" Confirm the confirmation, and let's see if now the widget of the chats, and yeah, that's kind of the reason why I also haven't still recommended it to Dot yet, because it ends up breaking so often that it just needs so much attention that I could see him being annoyed by it. I mean, I'm annoyed by it. But in the meantime as well, I'll say good morning to the YouTube end. Bro is always streaming. Oh yeah, I got up. I had to get up early this morning to go do a thing for an hour. Just start up shop basically for other people, as none of the other adults were available. Even though I'm not the best adult to do it, but I can. I have a key. I can get in there and get it going and count the money for them and get everything set up. So I went and did that. And usually when I come back, I can go back to sleep. I couldn't today. Just wasn't feeling it. So I was like, you know what? Let's go do some inventorying. Actually, in the meantime, let me have this be big screen, because we're not adding anything to that list yet. But one thing I want to look at as well is if I have any ARs left really that I want to free talent. Because I have, for instance, this one. But also, I'm not going to change this one. This one has sentimental value, as this was one of the first. Like, this weapon has been in this gal's inventory for like 4 months after Woni came out, whatever that was. And yeah, even though it is recalibrated with its damage to targets out of cover, yeah, it's a fast hands FAMAS. I am very likely to always be needing one of those. But if there's any other real weapons that I can free talent, we should add those to our shopping list, just so I keep an eye out for them. But there's also stuff like this, which is with flatline. Although I think I have an extra MP5N, so yeah, let's fix that up. But also it's a secondary kind of choice thing there, so... Because I definitely had one extra MP5N, I remember that. And I'd be okay going from ST to N. And we might actually, let's do that. Because what else do I have doubles of? Because especially for some of the slow firing weapons, I suddenly have 3 ACREs in here. I for some reason, I just got a few ACREs in the last few days that were all free talentable, and basically, because even like this one that I've optimized up was just basically a tiny optimization. It was like a 14.8 or something. So I might change a few already of those. Don't have any extra G36s, right? I put a bunch of G36s because I had the same with that. I also have an extra M Mark 16 here that I could definitely add to someone if I need one with a specific talent. But here, yeah, this MP5N. Oh wait, this is MP5A2. I think I remember now. I used that one MP5N for something else. I just have this MPX extra, as this came out of somebody's inventory. But I'm also okay with that because, yeah, this is really the only weapon I would use with flatline. And so it being with flatline already is fine. Although maybe if it was free talentable, I could swap it and have it be SMG for when I need it. But this gal has a bunch of LMGs, so. And yeah, one that I would want to replace is this one as well. Because I want most of my weapons here to be either the basically crit chance or rate of fire here and then a talent. Like with this MG5, I'm okay with the talent swap being there, but actually with, for instance, most LMGs, I would much rather have it be already steady-handed or fast hands, and then me being able to swap this part. But especially this damage to armor one is not really something I want to keep. And I might already even have a replacement for it. Oh wait, that's not the RPKs we're really looking at. That was a. For instance, I have this one. But yeah, I would yeah. Let's add this. This is one thing, for instance, to add to the list. We'll add it to your shopping list. So actually, we'll put like that. Character 1 and RPK. Fast hands. Free third. Actually, what we'll do, we'll put it up there. That's maybe better. We could clear out this other ones, but I just want to be quick about it. Also, yeah, let me actually read the rest of it because I read only parts of it. You save the load that with the trash chest piece, then delete that piece anytime. Oh yeah, I could do that as well. Yeah, if I had it in multiple builds, that's actually not a bad idea. I used to do that actually, but yeah, of doing it inverse basically. Yeah, just loading the loadout first, getting that chest out, deleting it, and then loading the other one up. But therefore, just two, that was about the same speed either way anyway. And Hater Cairo. As I'll have a peek again at our friendly bot, because it still hasn't woken up, it seems. Just in case as well, I'm actually gonna alter this one to maybe be that. Oh no, that's not what I'm looking for. Discard my changes. That. I was about to turn one of the icons, the Twitch icon, into a chat as well, which wasn't what I'm after. So one RBK with fast hands and free talentableness. This weapon being with stabilize, I can't actually retalent it, can I? Did they ever fix that? No, right? Yeah. Guys, come on. Fix your shit. Yeah, weapons that have stabilized. Stabilize is currently like acting as if it's a name talent kind of thing almost. So if it's on there, you can select it, but you can't replace it with anything. It's kind of pulling the talent not from the same talent list that everything else is in. And I don't know why. I don't know why they implemented, like why it broke like that. But I'll hang on to this weapon just for when it does, because it is a rate of fire LMG. Or rate of fire MG5, which is one of my more preferred LMGs. One thing I could do as well is actually give her one of these. Because I would always want it to be fast hands anyway. It can't be steady-handed, this LMG, really. I wouldn't go for any other talent really either anyway. Yeah, let's do that for her. I kind of want to get rid of all my Black Fridays. I don't like them anymore. Friendship ended with Black Friday. I mostly just also grab them because I have that I have this gold skin for it, which is pretty silly, and I enjoy it. But yeah, no. I would much rather have yeah, something useful. Although I don't have many dupes here to put into builds except MG5s for some reason. I have a bunch of those. Oh wait, this is okay. This is actually a dupe, because this is the good hands or the good times with fast hands. These two are. I wouldn't be against putting one of these into her loadouts. Especially if I could make a strained one. Yeah. But actually, let's go through all of the other ones as well. And then we'll come back and actually fix up her LMG there. This one's also... Yeah, I don't know why I have this much luck with ACR assesses. Because, yeah, this is another one. It doesn't... No optimization at all. Not even a hidden one under damage to target side of cover. And then with Boomerang there. I have way too many of those, and weirdly. That one's free talentable. That one's free talentable. That's a mop. That's definitely going to be free talentable. That's free talentable. This is not even touched in optimization or recalibration, but also it doesn't need it. So that is a beautiful piece to have. Both of them, really, because two pummels. One is only with the recalibration here. Lefties, okay, so yeah, let's swap this one out, just because I have one anyway, and I'm not going to give too many MG5s anyway to characters. So yeah, we're gonna take this one, right? I mean, yeah, no, let's do the smart thing. We'll take that one, and we'll only optimize the other one if we actually need it. Where's that one saved even, actually? Or do I still have that LMG? Glass. And we'll get rid of the other one, which is with the talent. Because actually, yeah, with LMGs, I wanted... I'm gonna have a fast hands or steady handed there anyway. I don't really need any other things. So that one actually is gonna get deconstructed, even though it is perfect. Although actually, is that a right choice? I don't think I'm using many MG5s, and we have one more basically. We have a crit chance one there. We have this rate of fire one here. Okay, so let's actually, yeah, no, let's get rid of this stabilized one and then save the one that is, optimized. Because that stabilized one might not get fixed for a long while, so it's basically that. Those two are the same thing. All right, we have the daily reset. Ooh. I'm stuck in making noises, but yeah, gear mods in that zone makes me happy and gives me something to do this evening. As we'll go and cheese this zone this evening and mess about there. Looking for 511 as well, if it's anywhere. This is on Potomac. Yeah. I'd rather have a zone than a mission. But also I wouldn't be against doing some countdowns, as we've had a few days of not doing too many of them. So I'm less burnt out on them. And yeah, I don't know if I said Cairo, hello to Cairo already, but hello Cairo, and hello as well to Elias on the YouTube end. Yeah, the YouTube end of the bot doesn't seem to want to work. I'll give up for now. We've tried wiggling it off and on again, and it's just... You know what, we'll do it one last time. And see if it eventually wakes up. But in the meantime, I can just read it by myself. But yeah, good morning as well to you, Alias. And yeah, I need 13 PFEs, but also just on my main account especially, I can always use more printer filaments, because if I fill this up, I can, you know, one of the things I'm working on is the skills and getting them to 10s, even though I could save up a little bit and use that next season because they'll reduce the cost. But, you know, it gives me something to do for now. And yeah, 13 PFEs, 12 crits and stuff like that. Because the way I'm set up as well, like it is not recommended, not at all, but I put different mod into every piece of gear, meaning that even crit mods, well, crit chance, I'm done with headshots as well, but even crit damage mods on some of my characters, I can use a few more still, but that's also like, you know, it's infinite grind and also totally unnecessary. Mostly because I have more than enough 12 crits. If I really need to and really need to max out something I'm doing, I can take a 12 crit out of somewhere else. And also, if you're just missing like 0.6 crit chance because you have 3 11/8s, like, yeah, no one's gonna feel the difference in that, including me. Let's get this LMG set up. Also, what color did I have on the other one? Oh, that's not this one. I feel I would dress most of these up in, yeah, something like that. Actually, oh yeah, Hornet. Hornet is a good color for this. Just because the MG5s are tan colored. That's horrendous. Hazard also, yeah. Where's Horn? Okay, it might be a purple. That's likely what's going on. Might be green or a blue. Actually, sandstone is, I like that. Man, yeah, let's also with orbit there. Because why not? When your secondary weapon is this, and have it set up in this way with gold, you know, you might as well. I love the grip on this thing as well with the stars there. Just yeah. How silly do you want it? But yeah, I feel we're mostly basically done with this character. Let's actually check as well. Because I also have card 45s like this, but also this is really the only two types of card 45 I would never ever need, which is Future Perfect, especially in sync as well. That one's free talentable, and this one's free talentable as well. Yep. So okay, so that's basically the shopping list for this character, which is likely the smallest one. Let's put her back on something that looks a little bit better. Let's put her on that. And let's move on to character 2. Oh, wait. The YouTube bot suddenly started working. Yay. Even though, like, I wiggled everything and then suddenly just started working. Maybe my last wigglings did something, but usually it like reacts to it faster than that. But but I'm happy it's at least working. Makes it a little bit more coherent. It's literally not a piece you're able to get. Mod since a decade. Not crazy looking for it, but basically always start. Yeah. Well, I mean, 13 BFEs are pretty cool.
I've got it right here.
But oh yeah, the card 45 for mostly that's for like skill builds. Because if it's already on an eclipse or something, but especially for my eclipses, or I want to have a future perfect pistol is my, and you don't need it to be a TDI card custom because that extra skill tier doesn't do anything really here, of course. And yeah, the card 45 is very much the best in slot in pistols. That's also why I was like, they forgot about pistols and they forgot about shotguns. Like in shotguns, it's also a little, the 612 is very much an outlier, especially for just general use. And the 612 or the Super 90s are burst kings. Kind of the same in pistols, really, the card 45 and also the TDI card custom. Like the TDI card custom is so far ahead of other pistols that is basically with that skill tier, it's basically, they're even, but then you get that +1 skill tier. They're even on damage and then you get that +1 skill tier. That's how out of whack that's areas. Which is also, so in the rebalance, when they added the card 45, like this is also one of these, like sometimes the devs are a little bit incompetent. So they added in the card 45 in the same season that they did a rebalance, and in that rebalance they went through all weapon types, and that's also when basically the shift happened for ARs and they became the meta back then. In that same season, they nerfed the other pistol that was before it, which was the M45 / the 1911, but then the one with all the mods, because there's two of them. There's one which doesn't have all the mods. Oh yeah, this tactical one, or the M45, which are basically the same. So they took down the stats of especially the 1911 and kind of merged them with other pistols, because they were also like, they were the top pistol. And then they put in the TDI card custom with the exact stats of the M1911 that they were nerfing. So that one went in and just had the old stats of a weapon they just nerfed to bring it in line with other weapons, which was, the thing was, it was for pistols and nobody gave a damn. And yeah, but yeah, it's one that I very much remember of just, it was weird that it happened that way. Because yeah, they brought the M45 and the 1911 in line with the other pistols, and then they added a pistol with the exact same stats, the old stats of that 1911. So, well, for Eclipse, I run. Yeah, backup boomstick is also a choice because you have that bonus thing. But I actually use this, so I actually use this to make kills here and there, because especially if your stuff is on fire, if you time it well, you can actually get a kill shot pretty easily with this. And once in a while, I do get it to trigger and also usually I'm running 2 shotguns, because usually I'm running Scorpio. So I like having something that has a little bit of, just reach out and touch something. Even if it's just to shoot a yellow box or something, shoot a lock. Because usually with Eclipses, I'm running double shotties. I'm usually running lefty and Scorpio. So I like having something that actually, shoots and hits a thing at 20 meters, just point. Point. Well, also that one is very much up to what you like and how you use it. Because yeah, with the shotgun as well, of course, with the backup, you can actually make Future Perfect as well happen. But you just need to be closer. But when you're close, it's going to much more reliably do it anyway. So, but yeah, it does a ton more damage in one go. Oh yeah, we're looking at let's with this guy start with the pistols and go ARs. So he has the same thing of having these 2 pistols. This one's free talentable. This one's free talentable. But actually as well I have a I don't even have it be a why don't I have this as a backup boomstick? I have one in my stash, I think. Hey. Okay, let's just swap those. Those. It's a tiny difference. It's very much a tiny difference between going from a backup boomstick to this. You only get this +2 shotgun damage, but I have one available, so why would I not use that? And I'm very unlikely to need one in the stash, and also this cleans up a spot in my stash. This is used in my hardwired build because yeah, actually in this one I like having also this just for when. So I'm just gonna get rid of this thing. It's fine. This one's free talentable as well. And of course we'll do the most. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh wait, what is this one? This one's likely gotten added in one of the more recent seasons, and I completely forgot. Because I always remember it as this, as the sidekick. But this side by side as well kind of looks cool. With the embossing. It's kind of cool actually. And yeah, likely I saw it with, this is likely from a reward track, but yeah, I always like this sidekick one because, you know, America. Maybe. Yes, let's save that loadout. Let's make that future perfect. Actually, you know, I don't hate preservation on this. Because does this guy have a mop in his inventory? There is a mop in his inventory. Yeah, no. We'll use the mop if we need preservation. Future perfect. Let me catch up here as well. Ever tried Striker with 45 headshot scope, twice weapon handling rolled? Thomas? Not specifically with that, not specifically with Striker. I've we used to run actually high ends like that for raid for a while, or try to. Setting it up with, with focus as well, of course. But we would set up also just to have one person have the long range buff. The rest would still be mid range, but one person would set themselves up as the long range buff. And the thing of it is, you can do it, but it's too much of a hassle for the rewards that you get for it. Because that's also the reason. So we just take the single coyote and just, you know, everybody does enough damage anyway when we get through. I saved this, right? But yeah, you can make that work. The downside of it is you would really need it to be in groups, and then also you would need the coordination of other people running way low crit chances to really make it worth it. But you can get a lot out of it. It's the same thing as like when a bunch of people are running Coyote to just not run it yourself kind of thing. You can get a little boost out of it. Let's have a look through our weapons here and see if... so this one not being retalentable, I'm okay with. But yeah, I wouldn't care about... Actually, I would care about... Let's see if I have an extra ACS. And yeah, lefty and rock and roll are, of course, just what they are. I should have an extra ACS. It's already even... actually, no, I would... Yeah, you know what? We have an extra one. We'll give it to this guy. That's what those weapons are for anyway, is to be used, because that's likely in his Red Heartbreaker, which is a build I never really use anymore anyway. But we'll go from this one, which is not free talentable, to this one, which will be free talentable and can be maybe, you know, used in other ways as well. Which is a waste really, but it's fine. I'll make this, yeah, indeed, the Icebound. Because yeah, what I do with the skins is all the Marais ones are rock and rolls, Icebound for anything else, and all of my well, not all of my, some of the lefties I make tendrils. That way I can instantly just by the skin tell what I have on my back. And let's make this a flat line. We'll deconstruct the other thing. It's fine too. I wouldn't keep that other one anyway. We'll optimize this out as well. It's close enough that it's not, you know. Although actually I might not have, yeah, I don't have enough cleaner, but I have a ton of resources. Also, I'm reaching the point again where I can spend, actually I've already reached that point. Oh yeah, I can spend 500 on each character again. Well, I mean, I can always spend everything on every character, but I try to keep always 1k in reserve. So every time I've done 500 levels, that's when I get to, like, for myself, spend it. Also, it was Rikers, right? I said cleaners. Yeah. Yeah. Meant Rikers. Oh, did it? Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. Annoyingly, it has. Let's see. Did the easy fix it? That. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a harder fix, but that one's not needed, it seems. And yeah, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, it will do exactly that. It'll cut out for a few seconds and then it'll be out of sync. Which I think I will roll back my drivers to, like, very old versions and set them to not auto update. We'll make this one flatline as well, and optimize the last piece. And I should go farm some Rikers, turns out. Yeah, it's a build I barely use anyway, but I like having it just for, you know, testing purposes. It was more handy when this guy didn't have his own strikers, so then I would sometimes run it, but this guy has his strikers now. You know, why would I run Red Heartbreaker? Except just, you know, to do something barely different. The thing is also, both of them, especially in red setup, play exactly the same, really, and just strikers is just better. At least with a tech tank, it's a little bit different. And yeah, the other weapons on this character. The surprise that so many of my FAMASs aren't free talentable. Because that's thingy, that's free talentable. This one isn't free talentable, but is in sync with that, so that's fine. This one's free talentable. This one's free third statable. Shotguns we already saw. This one's free talentable. This one's free talentable. This one is not even optimized, or yes, I was talking about ACR SSs earlier. This one isn't even like recalibrated or optimized in any form. It's just a boomerang ACR SS. So, and yeah, that one's talentable, and that one doesn't. That's a harmony. So, do I have actually extra FAMASs? Because I always have this one to free talent anyway if I need one, my grade 24 one. And this is just really taking up a slot anyway. And it's not that much better looking than, or worse looking than the other one I have. So I wouldn't mind slotting an ACR into his loadout somehow. Yeah, let's take this preservation one. We'll swap it for wherever that fast hands one is. Okay, which is here, which even is on a build that I'll never run like this because I'll always grab an Oreo for it. The build is actually very much set up for the Oreo there, or Elmo. So what we'll do instead is grab, yeah, let's do that. And we'll use up that one, and also like the other FAMAS. It's also, well, that one's good looking, so I'm much more okay keeping it. There's some sentimental value as well to it, with it being with a fast hands one. But this one, we'll just make this one a fast hands one, and just deconstruct the untalentable one. So we'll just get rid of this one, which is only in this build anyway. So press the wrong button there. You know what? Let's give it the same paint scheme. Wait, the FAMAS has 5 now. Oh yeah, I tell you, of course, yeah, because we had dumplings with last season. Just 5 skins for the FAMAS. Okay. Yeah. Also, it's too bad that the ACRE doesn't have a skin yet. They definitely need to add one for it when its season arrives. Because the normal ACR does have a skin, which is nice and silly looking, because it's that. And yeah, that thing looks nice and silly. But yeah, the ACREs don't. Yeah, let me actually see about getting an ACRE into his inventory, maybe a fast hands one, because I might give up that Carbine 7. Because honestly, I'm not a big fan of Carbine 7s. Although, I mean, when they're that good looking, I'm a little bit more of a fan of them. But that Carbine 7 has also kind of been in his inventory for forever, so we'll keep it there. We'll likely slot one in next season, if and when such thing has happened. We'll deconstruct an improvised and optimized item there, and we'll be okay with it. Let's briefly see. Let me actually catch up here first. I run capacitor. I'm up with survivalist to destroy Changies. Yeah. Survivalist is my preferred one as well. And yes, capacitor is also a pretty good choice with it. Mop as well. I go with other choices just because I like the Scorpio for the CCing. Well, I mean, you've seen me play, right? So, and I've seen you play as well, and you make the other side work as well. So, yeah, and yeah, I mean, so many people do still, even in groups, go with firewall, and I couldn't agree more with you that it is something that pisses me off as well. Because firewall is good solo, but also I don't run Eclipses solo. I have other things that I much more enjoy solo. Eclipse was the first time this was surprised me. Okay. Yeah. Well, yes, likely. Although in the general community, in the knowledgeable people, as you say there, I'm pretty sure that my video on the Eclipse was the first time you saw a survivalist being recommended in a video, as you say there. In the knowledgeable people's part, like, you know, in a lot of places, survivalist is the general recommendation. But then, yeah, also so many people just, you know, most videos are not of those kinds of people is the thing. Even as well, the one that actually pisses me off a little bit is when people go demolitionist, which just for the, and they go like, oh, it's for the Valtics, and it's just like, okay, but your fire then, your group damage then. Like, I understand the choice, but it's also just the wrong choice to me. Like, I would never go demo for it, because even survivalist as well, just the group buff, just the crossbow, just the flame grenades. Also, yeah, the flamethrower from firewall, the shotgun from firewall, and the burn duration increase, like those kind of make sense. And then demo just having more Valtics, which is always so weird to me. But yeah. the thing I hate about Heartbreaker is that you can't stack on mini tanks, which is, I feel, an oversight since Striker does. Yeah, so that actually happens. There used to be an issue with Heartbreaker where you could stack on self-deployed skills. So you could deploy on a turret, or you could deploy a decoy, which most people did in DZ with the decoy, and you could stack on your own decoy. Their fix for that was to remove that ability. In doing that, they removed also the ability of Heartbreaker to stack on, mini tanks, turrets, any deployed thing really. So anything that is attached to some other person. So yeah, turrets, drones, mini tanks. And then with Striker, when they altered Striker to be what it is, they already implemented the fix that just you couldn't stack on your own deployed skills anymore. And then Striker got to keep its ability to stack on mini tanks, which yeah, is indeed kind of, at this point it is just silly that they haven't uniformized that. But also Heartbreaker, just even in the range, like if you do it side by side, stacking to 100 with the ACS, even if you do some shenanigans to get them to be the same fire rate and stuff, just by going, for instance, ninja bike, and then 4-piecing or 3-piecing Heartbreaker, 2-piecing a Striker, just to get both of them to be the same fire rate for the weapon. Even then, with pulse being on the target, if you shoot, both of them don't stack at the same speed. Striker seems to count literally every stack, just without fail, and Heartbreaker just sometimes doesn't count a few of the pellets, or shots, even if you do it with a weapon. And that's actually that just needs to be fixed at some point. But also Heartbreaker at this point has been a little bit forgotten about, with Striker being what it is. They really should revert that at this point. I think that was because actually Scooby. Well, the next sentence actually, Scooby said it there as well. Yeah, but also the thing is, the Striker, when it went in, like they already had implemented a fix where you couldn't stack on decoy and stuff anymore anyway, so they could just, at this point implement whatever they did for Striker, so that on the self-deployed skills you can't do it, and then you could do it on mini. Yeah. But I don't see that yet changing. But also, it's not going to save Heartbreaker just on stats. 10 upped range muzzle. It's 31, not too bad. 10 optimal range muzzle. It's 31, something bad. I would never really pick anything other than crit chance on weapons. Crit chance is just such a valuable stat. It is really. I'd much rather have some weapon handling in there or something on the build, and then just not that would affect optimal range, but then I would just close the range. I would just pick a different weapon if I needed more optimal ranges. It's kind of the thing, because giving up 5 crit chance mod is always gonna hurt a lot. It's so lame. I cannot get those skins from anywhere. Yeah, well, they've been okay about putting some of them in the bundles more recently. So in not the most recent bundle, that I still, I think I have to get. Well, I don't have to get it, but I will get this. So See No Evil one. Where is it? No. Oh yeah. So for instance, the 2 weapon skins in here are the ones are 2 that were from previous season reward tracks. So they've been doing a bunch of this kinds of stuff, and maybe a few that you are like, I really want to have this one. They'll be available like this, but their prices I'm not that happy with. Like they're pretty expensive. Like I'm getting a bunch of them. Like I did get, the recruiter thing. I was, for the same thing, I could have bought a full game on sale. that is a bit much for, just but yeah, I of course as well, I benefit a little bit because I show it on stream and stuff and use it in video, so I can justify it a little bit more than just a regular person. Unless you also, if you have a ton of disposable income, that's also, of course, reliant on how much each person themselves, is willing to put in. Let me catch up here and actually do the thing I'm intending to do because I keep getting sidetracked. How comes you get the Feven math like crazy? Basic math or sitting? Oh, like why I math? Basically, how is I that I is math? No, I have no background in any mathematics. I'm actually, so education wise, I'm a high school dropout. Would be the equivalent in American terms. Or also in worldwide terms, also even in my country's terms. But I do have basically a high school diploma. Is basically the lowest level of the high school diploma in my country. So because that works kind of weird here, as I basically did like several years of a higher level of high school, and then I got to have the diploma of a lower high school. But then I basically went and worked. Like the reason I dropped out was because I was working already a lot, basically, and I could go and work, and I wasn't much of a school person. So the reason is I bash my head against it. I just sit there and go like, okay, I'll just keep messing with this till I understand it, and that's already been always a thing that I was good at. Even also professionally, I've been, in situations where, because I work in a technical field, I work as a stage technician, basically doing sounds and lights, meaning that I work with stuff and most of it kind of works the same, but you kind of need to bash your head against it to just look it up, learn to look up stuff and ask some forums like, hey guys, this thing is doing this thing like this. How is I change it? And then somebody usually knows the answer. Because nowadays there's so much available for me as well. I just go and, sometimes I ask on Reddit, sometimes I ask other people that do have a mathematics background or stuff like that. But most of it is just, I just bashed my head against it till I understood it. Which isn't too hard because the systems within Division aren't that much different. Also, so Division is also not my first game that I really went deep in. So for instance, what my PFP is in most places, the picture that I use is a Rakast, which is from Phantasy Star Online 2. I think that's where the artwork came from, which is a very old, it's an Xbox game. So that's Dreamcast game and Xbox game, original Xbox, OG Xbox. And back then already, I kind of wanted to always understand of like how the systems work. So once you kind of enjoy those kind of things, it becomes, you understand a little bit of that game. And then, for instance, as well, that like a lot of that knowledge from that game, I went into WoW, into EVE and stuff with it. And in there, try to understand their systems. And all of it kind of carries over because a lot of games do the things the same. I hope it's on their list of over $1,000. Yeah, they should never have brought that up because the thing with it at is as well, I see so many people going like, oh, there's 2,000 bugs, and everybody just imagines those bugs to be, humongous things that are game breaking. Because keep in mind that, those places like that I sometimes show of going through walls or going like, hey, if you run into this door or into this garage area, you get reset because the game thinks you're out of bounds and stuff. Or like, hey, they've like walled this place off in this like super weird way because there was out of bounds here or something. Or, the places where, or like jumping over the fence on DCD. All of those are also like a bug, but they're basically inconsequential. So you have to really, when you're talking about bugs, you have to categorize them and go like, okay, the critical bugs, because like the crashes in Countdown is also one of those bugs. It's not of the same worth of fixing, that fence hopping in DCD versus, the crashes in Countdown. Also, the likely amount of time required to fix them as well is completely different. So, but yeah, they should have just never said anything, especially not that it's over 2,000, which is actually the number that Yannick used. So. Still shows face mask over the top on female characters. Actually, well, I'm a male character. I'll check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, there is sometimes. But so, what do you mean? So, oh, so you can have balaclava and then face masks. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That can be cool, actually. Because yeah, then the back is covered as well. Yeah, yeah. The GR9 is it has it like everything is super big on it, right? I remember. Do. Dreamcast had a bunch of fighting games for that one. Yeah. I mean, yeah, back then Sega Virtua Fighter and stuff was. And there is still one crazy game I want to replay it at some point. It's like Sega something, Sega Arcade Brawler or something, or Arcade Fighter. But it had a bunch of stuff in it, like you could fight with the Daytona car, so from the Daytona game. You would have that as a fighting character in that game, which, yeah, I want to revisit that one. There's likely some videos on YouTube's or something about it. Yeah, enough dilly dallying. Let's dally the dillies here, which is that I still want to check if I have a few chests and backpack that I want to free talentable and put them on the shopping list. So, for instance, this one. Because I'm out of Vigilance Cheska backpacks, right? Because this one's earmarked for someone else. This one is earmarked for a different character. Yeah, I'll keep this for character 4 and... Yes, so we need a Cheska backpack for him, because I would love for this one to be free talentable, even though I'm very unlikely to use it a lot in places with different talent than Vigilance. It's still, a thing I could do. So let's actually add that to the list. So hello, browser windows. Oh, it's just didn't want to do it for a moment or two. There we go. So yeah, Cheska, CHC, CHD, 3 talent, backpack as well. You need to say what it is. So that's on the shopping list for him. See chest wise, because actually I think as well, because yeah, this one's free talentable. This one isn't free talentable, but also that's fine because this one's so specific to something that I wouldn't need it. Okay, spotter is actually free talentable. This one was on one I wasn't sure about. This is free talentable. We made it quite recently free talentable. What are we? Actually, let's check the other ones before we make that decision, because this is Chain Killer, right? This is Vanguard. This one's free talentable. So we have this China. This is from the Hardwired. Would I want to ever have a different talent here? Maybe, yeah. So we'll put it on the chopping list. We'll put it in the chopping list. And we'll chop some people down for it. So China, chest, haste, damage, free talent. Which with the willingness to optimize for it shouldn't be too hard. I'm pretty good. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty easy farm. It'll just look bad with some optimization. Is China actually craftable, China chest? I think it is even. But I wouldn't want to craft it, mostly because, yeah, the resource cost It shouldn't be a hard piece to get. No, Wyvern chest is craftable. That's the one I'm thinking of. And yeah, I would want it to be a China chest. So. Yeah, twice. And so we'll go get one of those as well. And that's really all of his, right? Also, he had an Acosta already, right? So we have this Acosta with him. And then the Acosta I have in here, kind of, yeah. Because I swapped their Acostas around, and I would like this one to be you know, not that bad looking with the optimizations. Because he needs it for his Oxy build as a swap-in piece. Yeah, so we need one Cheska backpack for him, one China chest for him. And we swapped a few weapons in and out. So. Yay! We did something useful. Oh yeah, this is more just as well because I show my stuff on the internets with the build collection. For a general player, it isn't worthwhile to go out of your way this much to beautify things and, you know, alter them to be free talentable.
Safe area detected.
But of course, if you have a ton of playtime and you're looking for something to do, this it's not the worst choice of a thing to do. Yeah, let's go there as well. Start with pistols, actually. So that one's free talentable. So I have a Perpetuation. I have this one, which is free talentable, Future Perfect, In Sync, not free talentable, and Vindictive. I really don't need the Vindictive or Perpetuation, really. I barely ever use them. And on having this on ongoing might be handy, just to sneak one in. She has an Orbit even here as well, which isn't even slotted into a build. I'll still keep it on her because, yeah, she isn't that full. She's on 127, which is full, but isn't that full. Does she have a D50, actually? She doesn't. Huh. Yeah, she's lacking in Headhunter builds, really. There's something I would want to change about her. But I have that third drone hybrid with Headhunter on her. Which I sometimes do enjoy solo, but I just don't end up using it much. And I don't end up using this character much because I keep running, you know, in 5 directives. But that's mostly as well, I have the goal of leveling a little bit now. She does have good builds on her. Do I have a TDI card custom in here? Is this a TDI card custom or a normal card 45? It's a normal card. Oh, she already has a card 45 or a TDI card that is, because this one is from her red build and this one is free talentable. This one is with Future Perfect. Where even does this get used? On the half healer and on red future. Why would I have this on red future? Oh, actually on red future it makes sense. Why is it on this one? Just mistake more than anything. Because this is already 6 skill tiers, so this should be this one. Minor thing, but might as well fix that. So yeah, this is a half healer. I barely ever use that thing as well. Definitely this chest is not free talentable. This is one of the ones that I definitely know. But let's do some of the weapons. That's free talentable. Her FAMAS is free talentable. She has even a second sadist one. So this TKB isn't free talentable. It's with sadist, which is something that I would definitely use a TKB for. Because I don't have a second TKB or anything, right? No. But also, it isn't one that I would per se care about fixing up. And I think one thing I will do with her is take this ACRE. She has although I have another Mark 16 as well. She has in one of her builds, she's using although it's even here, it's really a placeholder. It's a Mark 16 just for sometimes ammo conservation. I'm gonna already swap that to be this ACRE. Make it something more of a, let's put a better looking skin on it than that. Or something that at least doesn't look like it has been defecated by an animal. And maybe some red in there. You know what, rose thorn, the same as the other one. I'm likely gonna just toss this one. I very much, I like the Mark 16s, but I like the main Mark 16. So not the tactical, not the SOCOM. And I have too many of them in my stash already. So, and I actually even have an extra Mark 16, but hers can become this this ACR, just to use up one of the ACRs already. And actually, even in this build with future mode, 90% of the times, it's going to be this. It's going to be Oreo or Elmo in there. So it's not even really there to be used. It's just there for me to have a secondary weapon for sometimes if I want to conserve some ammo. Let's go back to this high-end red. Because yeah, I even have an extra normal SOCOM here that I could add to someone if I really wanted to. Tactical and a normal one, and then the SOCOM and a tactical extra as well here. Just because I have each one of each ARs just for the tables as well. Been a while since I caught you, friend. Glad to see you're still streaming on YouTube. Well, I've recently returned to streaming on YouTube. Started at the start of this month. Well, the end of last year. The 31st of December is... because, yeah, the Twitch allows it again. I was mostly streaming over on Twitch. And nowadays, I'm back to dual streaming. Although today, I'm very much on a time that is not my normal time. I usually stream in my evenings. And that's basically 12 hours, 12 hours difference from this stream. Today I had to go do something in the morning, and I came back, couldn't sleep, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's I'm gonna go play Division, and then I was like, you know what? Let's stream Division then. So I have also this vector. It's not. Oh, okay. I almost misdiagnosed this vector. So I was like, it's not free talentable. No, it's not recalibrated yet. This is the thing. This one came with fast hands and damage to targets out of cover. And that's the reason it went to my SMG character. And is living here its best life. I have an extra MPX here. Is it better looking than the one she has currently? It kind of is. Yeah, let's put this MPX into her hands. Because likely as well, if the changes go through as they are, MPXs are gonna be very much outclassed by Banshees. So I might likely not even need it at that point. And this character is very much one that has like my SMGs a lot. So that's why she has a bunch of SMGs. Because yeah, she always has the Hunter's Fury that has always been attached to her, I feel. So let's see where that MPX actually is. It's in here, of course. It feels wrong to just toss that, but I also have, yeah, I have another MPX in my stash. Most of my characters already have an MPX as well. If they have an SMG kind of build, I'm just gonna... We'll just use this as beautification and just... It's fine. Although actually, let's make sure it's the same skin. It isn't. Oh yeah, we also got a new skin actually, of course, recently. This Ultraviolence. I feel actually, yeah, she should have Ultraviolence. Because yeah, We had these other two, although one of them is bought. I think this one is one you had to buy, which I did at some point. Well, we'll take ultra-violence. Actually, no, we'll take that dragon aspect. Her build is also red, I see there, so we'll take that. Seeing also it's one that I paid for, might as well, might as well use it somewhere. And yeah, we're gonna deconstruct the other one, which is sad, deconstructing a fully optimized item, but yeah, stash space is a concern sometimes. No, where were we? Yeah, a SMG still. So that one's free talentable. That one's Dark Winter. I think the Dark Winter I have in my stash is really bad looking, and I wouldn't mind swapping these two. That's a fast hands one. Also, I don't care enough about it. Yeah, well, we'll just leave it as is. On her, I'm at least using them anyway, so yeah, really good looking of either of those. And still only the gems for them. Because one of the reasons I like having the P90, yeah, there's this skin for it, and I really like that skin. It is, I think, one you had to pay for. As I'm trying to get to here, but I'm missing up on you. It is. I mean, if you're gonna have an Emmeline's guard, this is what an Emmeline's guard would look like, right? Except, why is it made out of wood? Seeing as it normally is a polymer weapon. That leaves her shotties. That's free talentable. That's free talentable. A few sniper rifles on her. That's free talentable. That's free talentable. And that is free talentable. So weapons we did. Let's check our backpacks. I have so many Sokolov pieces. Because I have also like 2 free talentable chests, and I have like 2 free talentable backpacks. And this one's as well Adrenaline Rush with a blue core. This can become... Actually, let's do that to that one, because I keep forgetting what that one is. So let's change that Adrenaline Rush one to be blue core already. Making it a little bit clearer what the intention for that one is. Because I might use that as a DZ build one. Because I also have a Sokolov Unbreakable chest. All of that and Ouroboros together seems like a good idea, but I'll likely need to just toss some of these chests and one of these backpacks. I have just too many of them. Like, why would I? Yeah, we'll see. We'll keep them for now. Where were we? Oh yeah, backpacks. So this one's free talentable. That one's free well, that one's a gift. So she as well. She needs. So here's one of the places where I'm using a vigilance backpack that isn't free talentable, but I'm using also a safeguard backpack that isn't free talentable. But she has both of these for Redify, so that I can grab the vigilance backpack if I need to. But basically, these two could be replaced with one Cheska backpack that I just change the talent on whenever I need it. This one's free talentable, but this one's also crit damage headshot. This is for PFE build. This one is Adrenaline Rush, but then also with this hazard protection here. So this one's like a special one anyway. So for character tree. Shall bring this up again. Character tree. Well, change this to 3 as I just copy pasted. We need one of these. So we need 2 Cheska backpacks in the end. But that's also only really thing she needs. Because on chest, actually, let me do Yeah, let me do that real quick because I think I need a pee break, so I'm gonna go do that real quick, and then I'll come back and we'll continue on. But yeah, I'm gonna take a 2-minute bio break. I'll be right back. Do. There we go. Wash my face as well a little bit. Let's dry that off. And yeah, I needed that. Also, I was very thirsty for a while, but I was like just sitting here. I'll just hold out for a second. I didn't want to distract myself. Um, uh, yeah, last time I caught a stream a handful of months ago, you were on 12 hours earlier than. That's surprised to see you around this. Okay, yeah, that. Yeah, we did do a few 12 hours ones a while back. A long while back at this point, actually. I don't actually remember when those were. As we did the 24 hours of a new account, basically. Yeah, that was kind of fun. But yeah, usually, yeah, these aren't my regular times. But once in a while, I'll just, stream just because I can. But yeah, most of the time I'm on my regular time. Also, yeah, the VODs channel is available for those interested in rewatching parts. We were on her chests. And so she has a free talentable there. This one is a special one where I would much rather as well, yeah, have this option of retalenting or reminoring it here because it's a headshot crit damage for a special build. Hunter Killer, which, yeah, is just what it is. I've record armor. That's a weird choice. Likely just to save on. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Yeah, this chest isn't free talentable. This will fix now because I definitely have an obliterate or a Providence chest available, and this one doesn't look good anyway, so might as well. That's glass. That's glass. That's glass. Well, perfect glass. So we can't even change it. That's free talentable. This one isn't free talentable, but is special for other things anyway. And that one's free talentable. So yeah, let's fix up her obliterate chest. This will use up my last remaining Providence chest in there as well. Even though that's a pretty ugly looking one, but we'll use it anyway. And oh, that's not the chest I was expecting to see. Black ivory. Oh, also, actually, this one has a. There. That one has a transmog on it. Oh, okay. Because yeah, I think when you color this specific type of chest, it doesn't look that good. I mean, that looks fine. I'll just keep it like that. The very first 12 crit mod, of course, goes in there. And then this one then goes away. This is likely a chest she has had for a long while. Use the free talentable one, and then we can just retalent it if we need Overwatch or something like that, which is really the only thing that might happen at some points. But yeah, in raids, for instance, I would quite often just grab Overwatch chest, which is what this one actually likely was before I retalent to obliterate recently. Because one person running that, giving up a little bit of their personal damage and just boosting, 7 players, especially in dark hours where you can like make that happen, was a pretty good choice usually. We'll deconstruct that other one, taking the cost. And that's her done as well. We'll put her back on our Eclipse where she belongs. And we'll move on to character 4 and finish up our shopping list. So we have already, what do we have already on it? We have a China chest, haste damage, free talent, 2 Cheska backpacks, and an RPK. Which all seems, doable. Where was I on this one? The vision is fun as well, but damn, I'm sorry you had to go to turn. It sounds wrong. Well, I quite enjoyed it, mostly because as well I set up myself to. Well, I didn't do 24 hours in one go. I did 2 12-hour ones with 12 hours in between. But the goal of it was in 24 hours getting a new account as far as possible. Which yeah, we got it to end game basically without any outside help, because with outside help you can have group scaling and stuff, which can cut hours and hours off of it, or you can also just boost to do level 30 or start at Woni basically. But yeah, without any of those things, just going through the main game, through World Tiers, through Warlords of New York, and then trying to, which yeah, I quite enjoyed. Just because it was something completely different as well, of course. It wasn't grinding or anything. It was a different kind of grinding because it was all story difficulty anyway and stuff. Yeah, let's start on her. Let's do the same thing. Let's start on pistols. She should have a free talentable one there. These 2 aren't free talentable, but I'm okay with that. She also has a orbit, which is, of no use really. This D50, oh, it's determined, and I can change the second stat on it, so that's basically all good. Let's go through weapons as well. So that one's free talentable and actually pretty good looking. Is that better looking than the one I have on my stash?
Take a look over.
Because I would think I would have a guard roll one in here as well. Oh, yeah. Yep, because it's also graded to level 20 and has a silly skin. How many skins does the M4 have now? 3, right? Yeah, because we have Gilded. Yeah, we had Corporate for the longest time. Kerman got added, and now as well Gilded Cage with this season. This one does look kind of cool. That's double escape still happens sometimes. But I kind of very much like this one with the gold trim a little bit. Although I never minded Corporate already, which is from the Resident Evil event, basically, where hit the edge of the table there. But yeah, this very much looks like a Resident Evil weapon with the umbrella logo. Very plain, but just turning it a little bit more detailed black, because normally it looks like that, which is very matte looking, which is weird. And yeah, Kermans as well. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, she has a Carbine 7. She has a FAMAS. Not free talentable. Interesting. Kingbreaker, that is... why is this one so bad looking, actually? I feel I had a God Roll Kingbreaker recently that I even trashed, I think. No, I didn't crash it. I gave it to character 2. You know what? For her, I'm gonna actually put this... Although, yeah, likely, yeah, it's fine. Because next season, we'll see what the changes are. Likely, I'll need a bunch of F2000s. We'll get some F2000s then. if the changes go in as is. I have a bunch of ACREs anyway already. Mark 16s, G36s and stuff, so... Whereas, yeah, changing this one to be free talentable is maybe not worth my time. Let's see. We have an MP5N. We have an MPX free talentable. Is this free talentable as well? No, it isn't. Oh, it hasn't been recalibrated. So it came as fast hands and I just optimized the rest and just didn't retalent this. I want it to be fast hands anyway, but it has the option to be retalented anyway, so it's fine. A Black Friday. I think I have an extra Black Friday in here. That one's better looking than her 2 optimization one. I think I already tossed one, I think. This is likely more what happened. Because I used to have a Black Friday on most of my characters because I didn't mind it. I kind of like it still as well for some uses over Strained because it's from the first shot, which, you know, lines up well with some things. But yeah, I have a free talentable RPK with crit chance and good times. So this one's free talentable, free talentable, free talentable, free talentable, free talentable, free talentable, and free talentable, and free talentable, and free talentable, and that's a harmony. Yeah. So weapons-wise, she's basically fine. We'll leave that FAMAS as is. So we have one Grupo backpack here that isn't free talentable. Let's have a look. Because we have this one. We could just give her this one. Because I'm very unlikely to just grab a Grupo backpack. If it, like, what would I even grab a random Grupo backpack for? And yeah, we'll get rid of this one festive delivery. I have 2 of them. And yeah, worst case, if I need it on a different character, I'll just move it across. So that's actually just used in this loadout, right? Yes. So we'll just take the 12 out of this one and put it into this one. There. And yeah, high-end reds obliterates are always going to be black ivory for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to keep this one at all. It is on the chance, so I could maybe use it for something. Trying to think of so character 3 and 4 have done Grupo backpacks. With 2 definitely won't, I think, and yeah, let's just toss it. I'll just keep an eye out on a Grupo free talentable one. Just let's not keep trash too much. So that was this group of one. So that was not free talentable. That's a gift. That's a gift. This one's free talentable, but also very specific to a build anyway, so it's fine. This one is free talentable and should be as well. That's perfect opportunistic. It's weird to me that this one isn't free talentable as well, actually. But also, I don't care about it enough, I think. This is from a tank build. Because the dumb thing is, I've definitely gotten like backpacks of this exact stats and maybe even like 2 of them full, and could have just optimized one to be free talentable here, because I would want maybe something different than Protector for that one build. Because also this chest is... It's also a build I really don't care about. It's from a hazard protection explosive resistant build, which is just really only exists for testing. So yeah, we'll just leave those. We'll change them if we ever really care about that build in some way. And yeah, she's getting this companion backpack is going to become a vigilance backpack. Because she's the one to receive that Cheska backpack there that we had stored up. Because I'm going to make this... yeah, let's just make it... vigilance backpack anyway. So this is a companion. This used to be double companion. Partially from the time it was a little bit bugged, but I didn't really put it into the build collection back when it was, and then once they fixed it up, I did put it in the collection. But actually, I'd much rather have it be vigilance companion, because actually that companion, even doing double companion, and when you're doing the things for it, sometimes the drone falls away anyway. So I'd much rather have vigilance for those times. Yeah, I need to see what the rest of the build is. Black goldenrod. Oh. Really? I'm using the black goldenrod for once, which is the Dark Hours raid one, and also you get it from incursions now. So yeah, I would much rather have that build be like that. Also having a Cheska backpack for her. Cheska Vigilance. And yeah, we'll just take it with Vigilance. I'm just gonna toss this companion one. It's just... it's blue corable. But would I ever take companion over concussion or adrenaline rush, even for like DZ kind of things? No. So let's just toss that. Let's just not hang on to it. It's fine. Let's save this here, which it already is. Speaking of skins, I always like this skin as well for the KSG. Wait, the KSG also has 3 skins? Oh yeah, Nox came in, of course, recently. You know, that's not bad looking either. I sometimes do like gold on weapons. Gold and black is a good combo. And a frozen circuit and porcelain rose. I do like porcelain rose. It's gaudy enough that it kind of looks cool. So yeah, we'll just take the hit on that other backpack. But then, yeah, we still need 2 Cheska backpacks. Pretty talentable. But that gives me something to do. Let me catch up here as well. How far was I in? Any initial thoughts on PTS revisions announced? Yeah, you can find kind of all my thoughts on it, because I would just be reiterating that one on the... if you go into the channel you're on, it's... thoughts on PTS or something is the video name, and I basically go through the weapons and stuff, the changes, especially over the weapon changes and such, because that's really my purview or the thing that I'm like most known for talking about. So, but I also go through most of the patch notes and give some of my thoughts on it. Overall, I'm looking forward, especially because one thing people seem to be forgetting about it. There's also a lot of stability and performance things in there, and there was already some performance things in there that were obvious. Like I actually they seem to have implemented it already to having frame drops. I used to have basically frame drops after a while of running the game, and it would be mostly with like haze and stuff. That seems to already be gone. I think they already implemented some of those with the patch that they did a few days ago. But yeah, stability and stuff kind of looks good. Weapon change-ups are meh, mostly because I don't think they're doing it really well. But just having a change-up there, could be interesting, just to create new metas, basically. But yeah, and then some changes like the gear lock and the descent changes, I'm not that fond of, but it's fine. Got any good tip for gear to aim for as a rookie coming back to this game? I like assault rifles the most. Ricard, if you want, I shall link you to the builds collection, which is my enter is a little bit broken, turns out. In there as well, actually, if you go into that link, that's a build collection, and actually I can bring it up here. I have that option. I'll take you to this, which is the build collection. In there as well, there's this recommended build list, and it starts off with a bunch of strikers, which is the current meta. And especially if you like ARs, strikers are pretty good and pretty easy to make. And especially this Elmo is now basically the general meta. So making a build like that one is the recommended build. There's also a build showcase for it on like a channel and stuff as well if you're interested in those. But yeah, just make the current meta is basically strikers. So obliterate chest, coyote mask, 4 pieces of striker, Elmo or a FAMAS or any AR you like, and you're good to go. And so that's a place to find some builds. And then and on the recommended build list is a bunch of other stuff if you're interested in other stuff. And hey there, Chucky Starfish. And but they revised it again earlier today. Mantis Nerf main. Yeah. So they put out the dev notes, but yeah, mostly like weapon wise, because I also they didn't talk about if there's any more changes to ARs or SMGs or stuff like that. They mostly just it said the Mantis one was too much. They didn't talk about LMGs at all, I think, in it. So they're likely just doing that LMG change of plus 20%, which is a bit silly. But yeah, also their reasoning for keeping some of the changes was I'd rather they don't speak unless you know what you're saying. Yeah. I just wanna sing. I just wanna send a tape to them with me just very off tune singing. Don't speak. You don't know what you're saying. Because it's horrendous. They're gonna get a lot of shit for that, and kind of fitting that they do. But a lot of the changes I'm also perfectly fine and okay with. I'm really looking forward to the tinkering menu as they called it. Being able to recalibrate anywhere and stuff. Hell yeah. The reduction in cost for optimization and expertise. Hell yeah. So there's a bunch of good things in it as well. And we're going to get a new season anyway. So new gear set, new brand sets, a few new names. Likely, named weapon talent or a weapon talent with a named chest talent or backpack talent with named. And and a brand set and a gear set. So that's already more new content and also, manhunt to go with it. So I'm okay with all those already. And the latest update from me. Oh, yeah. So I looked at it yesterday on stream a little bit. I yelled a bit I shook my fist at imaginary devs and went, what you say? Why you say this? Because yeah, I was just poorly worded, and also them going like, we're keeping the gear lock because it's for confusing to new players and stuff. It's just like, really, if you don't want to be confusing to new players, go and back and rename all your talents to be, you know, the actual thing that they are. That would confuse a lot less players. So yeah, it was just a bad take on their part. And them going and saying, yeah, we don't want to do accuracy and stability changes is also pretty weird. Just mostly as well because of the way they said it. So if they just went like, we're already happy with the accuracy, like if I was to word it for them, I would say, we're already okay with the stability and accuracy differences between weapons, which, I mean, is a dumb thing to say still. But at least at that point, it wouldn't be just where we want to keep the character of each weapon and stuff. Because, yeah, they're putting a bunch of weapons ahead of the TKB and the AKs, which, you know, they should be ahead. A TKB should be ahead of a ACRE in damage, because ACRE is much more handleable and accuracy and has that long fall off. It has a bunch of improvements over a TKB. It shouldn't be more damage. So they're basically, the thing that they're saying doesn't make sense, which is just a bad luck on there for them. But yeah, it was just bad communication. But most of it as well, going like, because also, yeah, the thing that they said is it's dev notes, and it's like written by a communication person that isn't a dev. So they should just, you know, refrain from talking. They would have been better off not saying anything, really. For the Meta Red Striker build you're running, I've seen most others recommend Grupo. Why do you choose Seska? Well, on my channel, if you want the real in-depth answer, the short answer is for Elmo, Cheska's better. Just pure and simple. If you want the in-depth, I have of course the other tab, or I have the other browser. Your videos. What is it? It is this one, Cheska versus Grupo. In it is literally the answer that you seek. But yeah, for Elmo, especially Cheska, there is no way to beat Cheska Coyote, except with if others are running the Coyote for you, and then you go Cheska Grupo for Elmo. And then for an Oreo, I do go Grupo as well. So, but yeah, for Elmo, it doesn't make sense to go Grupo. And yeah, let's go back here. But yeah, you can find that video on my channel. It goes in depth into it if you want to see the numbers. And yeah, the people that recommend Grupo just likely don't have the ability to calculate it out. They're not far apart. There's basically a percentage difference between them, but you know, why wouldn't you? You have to run one build at a time, so try to make it the best that you can. And also, yeah, very specifically as well, it's for Elmo, which I would say is the meta striker at the time, because not everybody has access to the Oreo. And also the Oreo, there is times when you just don't have the range, or you know, especially just running gunning through missions and stuff. But then in like incursions, or especially in, for instance, the bounty cheesing that we do, I would definitely have an Oreo, because I'm likely going to be close enough anyway. This patch had a super unique take on rifles, which I think the accuracy and stability changes would help the most, but it's rough knowing they aren't changing it. Might give Bighorn a try if they did. Yeah. Well, I actually haven't seen this patch's take on it. I haven't looked at his channel in a while, but I might go and have a look. Let's do it. But yeah, the thing is, rifles, I mean, the thing with it as well is, so let's go to the range here. Actually, wait. Let me finish off this Cheska, or this Cheska, this chests, because I think her chests will likely all be free talentable anyway, so it'll be a quick one. Because she has a group of retalentable, she has a Fenris retalentable, perfect companion, perfect spotter, and a Cheska retalentable. So she's fine. Let's take. Actually, does she? She's least likely to have rifles. She has ACRSS.
I've got the biggest inventory.
Actually, let's take negotiator. Let's take that ACRSS. Because the thing with rifles as well is, outside of, for instance, the Merciless or well, Bighorn as well a little bit. If you train yourself well, and the recoil in Division isn't that much. Like it is there. I mean, we all know the recoil of it, but you can't keep a weapon on target. That's the reason, for instance, there why I don't put extra weapon handling in there. And this is a negotiator, set up horribly, but less horribly there. It doesn't have any weapon handling outside of the watch. So just 10 accuracy, 10 stability. And with a carbine already, for instance, I can kind of guarantee, even at this 15 meters, you know, most of the shots on target. And that's even before, of course, you put it on a striker where you're having 15 weapon handling on top of this. But even with the ACRSS, like I'm completely cold here, because if I go in and play a little bit, I'll you know, have it more in my hands. But you know, like I can do this, even cold basically. And I'm even using the not plus 20 round mag, which most of the time you can even go with the stability mag, because you can reload. The reload of it is fast enough, so you can even have 20 stability extra there. And yeah, I'm comfortable doing this for an entire mission if I have to. And that's the thing with rifles. So if they give more accuracy and stuff, it wouldn't even change the meta, because the meta is of course the classic M1A, which I don't have here. And that one doesn't care about accuracy and stability anyway. There's such a long time between shots that you're going to get it completely back onto target. So giving them a buff to damage makes more sense, I would feel, for most of the rifles, outside of Merciless. And because yeah, Merciless jumps around too much. Bighorn jumps around too much. Bighorn isn't the rifle, but you know, it's a pseudo rifle, the same, you know, like the Chameleon is a pseudo SMG basically, or else a pseudo AR being an SMG basically, and the Bighorn is a pseudo AR being a rifle more so basically. The special believes adding damage to the rifles keep their identities in line, which will also allowing the user to spec into handling if their damage is high enough on their own. Yeah, and that's the thing. The thing is, if like, especially with LMGs, if their damage goes up high enough, we can always, if you need weapon handling, like you could give up 20% is what Obliterate already is. So you could go Brace there. If you're struggling with LMG. Well, like LMGs are a bad difference there. But if rifles are going up by more than 20%, you can have the same damage as you have now, and then have Braced. You wouldn't put Obliterate there anyway, so, but kind of in that same range, especially if they're 25% versus normal class or something like that. The thing is, though, most people won't. I wouldn't. I would just take the extra damage and just use the LMG or rifle, which is just is a power creep at that point. It's kind of the thing there as well. Because, yeah, especially giving LMGs, for instance, more, especially in coordinated teams, like, yes, in general play, LMGs will suppress so much that they're annoying. I'm mostly running in teams where we'll likely have some form of CC, will have some form of an eclipse or something, either foam or fire. And then it doesn't matter because they don't get suppressed when they're foam. They don't get suppressed when they're from fire. Or you just work around it as well, if the damage is high enough above it. The thing is, there is already some identity there with, you know, some weapons. I mean, we all know it, right? Like M4 is much more of a laser than a FAMAS, and also much more stable than it as well and stuff. So there is already some identity there, and also with for instance, TKB, for instance. The dumb thing of it is, if that is their goal, then why are the AKs not getting a buff to you? Because the AKs and the TKB should be ahead of most other weapons, because they are really, truly the ones that can't land all their shots, really. But also, if you buff them by too much, because then again, you know, stuff like a Heartbreaker Tech Tank, I wouldn't care which weapon is the worst at range, because I'll just go stick this into someone. You can't miss if the barrel is literally inside of them. You might miss because you're literally shooting through them. Like it's the entire barrel of the gun is gone through them, and you're shooting at their out the other side. It allows players to take handling the need. Give players with better control and players with worse controls their choice. Yeah. The downside to that argument, though, well, it is a valid argument, and I could definitely see it, is controller, which also is a big part of the player base. The reason that I'm more okay with that, because I should also kind of recognize that, is I can do that on PC. I'm pretty sure you can't really do that with the ACRSS, even with a controller at really any point, really. So you kind of need a mouse for that, because it just walks around, and you kind of have to basically high-end coordinate and get it back on target. But it's easy enough to do with a mouse, but not on a controller. That's always going to be an issue if you're balancing for both things. But yeah, we'll see basically what my concern is. More they're leaving a bunch of weapons behind. That's more my issue with the changes they're doing. They're forgetting about some of the weapons, and they're falling behind, especially some of the weapons that were already at the end of the, for instance, with ARs, the SIG, the AUG, the PDR, and one other that I'm forgetting. They were already pretty low on all of the lists, and now with the changes, they're at the bottom of both sustain and burst, and they just, you know, just bring all the ARs into a 5% area, and then, you know, it becomes basically a cosmetic and a preference choice instead of a meta choice. So
I like making deals.
Yeah, so actually, is Cheska on the map? I think I saw it in New York, right? Because China and Cheska. Cheska is there. China. Hello. And I could definitely as well, of course, not be on the map. That's a normal possibility, which it doesn't seem to be. So actually, yeah, I'm going to go do a bit of Summit then. I want to go shoot someone. I want to go shoot some people in their faces right after reading these things. Here he continues with a fairly elaborate detailing of straight DPS, potential reset DPS, shooting and maintaining control, and actual DPS. I would at those points not use the term DPS anymore. DPS is a very specific thing. I mean, both Dispatch and Fog kind of misuse it, but when you start putting conditionality on DPS, it's no longer DPS. You should just call it something else. But yeah, I'll likely get what he means. And yeah, the thing with most people can't tap the max rate of fire is not really true, I would say, because even the ACRSS is 7 clicks a second. 7 clicks a second is something that, you know, most people can easily do, because the actual, if you're actually trying, you can kind of hit quite easily with even a little bit of just practicing, just 10 minutes or something. You can easily hit 10 per second. The thing of it is still you need to do it in a rhythm. So there is that. But yeah, most people can't do that and keep it on target. That is a thing that you do need to learn over time, but is learnable. But also I think most people wouldn't do it, because even I kind of enjoy ACRSS and stuff. I don't like doing that for more than a mission. I'm only doing that because sometimes you need to try hard. And in the past, an ACRSS or M1ACQB, you could use them at their full potential, and actually it would be very much a damage increase. But now this thing exists, and Ouroboros exists. So, if I want to go fast, I'll just grab that Ouroboros and just, instead of try-harding with clicking a lot, I'll try hard with closing the distance and sticking this into people's backsides and pulling the trigger till it goes click. So, yeah, Summit. I'm gonna go just do a little bit of Summit, and also if anybody who's maybe interested in joining me, because I might do it solo and grab 6 directive, but if anybody's interested in joining me, I'll take it to 4 directives, which is a little bit more manageable for most spells. Oh, I need to kill a few factions, I see. Actually, yeah, how far in am I with the global event? I have already 150 stars, which seems like a lot. So Elite Hyenas, Elite Outcasts, Black Tusk Guardians, Grenade Kills. I wonder if this is the one. There is one of these global event challenges where the Grenade Kills is also counts grenade launcher, and the multi-missile launcher. So I'll try that, see if that works. And Veteran Guardians with skill kills. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Because yeah, Veteran Guardians being purple Guardians means it's quite often annoying because, they aren't always there. Yeah, I don't know why this is set to normal all of a sudden. Take it back to heroic. I'll keep it on 4 directives, as I see there as well. Cairo saying they will join, so yeah, we'll keep it on simple 4. And if anybody else wants to join, feel free to say so. How you talk about AK reminds me that devs already treated Tommy guns like they should have been. Yeah.
Priority target, protect the enemy.
And yeah, there's a bunch of weapons like that they. Yeah, that's basically that's more my issue with Project Resolve changes as they stand now. Is to me they just forgot a few. Just hey, this one at the bottom of the list now. Pull them up a little. For instance, as well, especially the TKB versus ACRE. The ACRE is at that point just a better TKB because it literally just on stats alone, just on the damage and RPM, it's a higher base damage, it's a higher RPM. Before you even start talking about it having like a long drop off, it having much better stability, pretty good accuracy.
System reactivated.
Let me catch up here as well. I think I missed something. Actually, no, that was Scooby answering that one. And yeah, basically, Scooby gave the answer as well. Why Cheska is better than Grupo or Elmo. And yeah, that video explains it much more in depth. Dr. Home changes. Well, at least they reverted the Doctor. I mean, they needed to. It would have been extremely stupid of them to add it in with the changes as they were in PTS Phase 1. It's funny though that they used the nerf that they said like they've nerfed it back. Guys, you didn't even put it out. It was out on a PTS. Like. And so yeah. But yeah, it's good that it's not going into the game in that super broken state. But it was very obvious that it was super broken. So you would think like literally 2 seconds of a YouTube clip would make any dev go, oh, oh,
System
and then, go,
system disrupted.
go back to his desk and start to I should just kill a guardian, get the guardian buff. Oh, there was a okay. I was like, why can't I shoot that server that well? But it was just a little part of it sticking out. The rest of it was behind the divider, but it was hard to see now. Also, yeah, I should, by the looks of it, I've recently done the hunters. I remember kind of doing the hunters at some point. We'll put it to quick climber. We'll put it to punishing precision. Yeah. I'll just run through here. And then there's this door here, which has a lock, but it's completely empty. And the key, it's so early in the mission as well that the key can't really be in there. I've never seen it in there, but also I've skipped it a few times. Maybe it is, maybe. And this is kind of the downside of Guardians. There's only one Guardian for all of these solo. There should definitely be 2 Guardians. That's the buff changes I would make to Global Event. Although here it gave me 2 Guardians. But that's also one of the things, because in groups you're much more likely to have multiple Guardians, and then, it's much easier. Are there any rifle builds that can compete with the AR striker build? Currently, not really, but you can make a glass rifle work.
Situation
It's
nearby.
more than enough to do any of the content with. And it does have some, because especially a rifle flatline glass can output a lot just from the first shot without any stacking mechanics and stuff. So there are sometimes situations when glass can compete with striker, but also it's so much more situational that you're much better off still always with striker. But one thing you can do as well, actually, technically, is just make a striker rifle. Just stack with the ACS first, and then just as your stacks are falling, you just put out some rifle shots. But yeah, we could definitely, as a bunch of people always bring up for ages already, is maybe a rifle geared set. Because Negotiator especially can as well, kind of work well with rifles. But it isn't really perfectly made for rifles, because you're still also the marking mechanic does benefit quite a bit from like full auto weapons, but you can make it definitely work with just the classic M1A and stuff. And just because it spreads by a lot, it can be pretty good. But yeah, in general, nothing really competes with Striker except Negotiator in very specific situations. But then Striker just does it generally on a single target. The Negotiator needs to be basically on 3 targets. If it can have 3 targets up a lot of the time, which means very specific contents like legendary, like heroic countdown or stuff like that, it can definitely compete. But yeah, it's it's so much harder than Striker as well. Striker, you just point and shoot and stack and just kill. Oh, servers.
Terminal destroyed.
So one thing I would love to try is get some footage. So try to see about. I want to see if we can get a RPM number for Guardians and also for Golden Bullet later on. The way to do it, the easier way to do it, well, the way to do it is frame count. Ain't nobody got time for that. Also, it is pretty hard, and also I wouldn't be confident in my results from that.
Has joined your group.
But one other easier way is to have the RPMs.
Striker drone detected.
Cairo joins in there. Is to have the RPMs from a few different weapons and just do a 30 or 50 round. Well, 30 round would be easier, or well, 50 rounds would be more consistent. Magazine, and then have a weapon like an AK that has like 600 RPM and try to see what its firing time becomes once you have the buff up.
Situation detected.
Because I would love to have a number, especially for the RPMs of Guardians and Golden Bullet. Did you? Let me catch up as well. Actually, here. Oh, and hey there, SE. Did you retract that message yourself, or or did the bot do something to it? Just out of curiosity. Because yeah, the bot should not be set up to. Okay, you retracted it. Oh well, I'm guessing you mean you retracted it.
EMP jammer detected.
Yeah, just to check that the bots aren't doing, any thinking. Oh, it's a killer jammer. I'm awake, except I'm not. I was looking around for laptops and stuff. But yeah, it's just a killer jammer. Just need to get in its range.
Sure wouldn't want to be you.
EMP jammer destroyed.
Let's show those bottom feeders who's in charge around here. For that motherfucker.
And I saw a friend's request coming in. I accept that one in a minute. I'm gonna guess somebody else wants to join as well.
They're right there. Just asking for it.
Think that.
But actually, I'll do that now, so you can get the completion here as well. If you hop in quickly. So I'll go into Ubisoft Connect and social and. So I'm getting shot. Oh,
Vital signs critical.
just barely survived that. The things we do for accepting friends requests.
Another
And
agent
yeah, indeed,
is
feel
now
free
in
to
your
hop
group.
on in. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. And that name lines up as I read the next line in the chat there of Trojan saying, "I wouldn't mind dropping in the summit with you." Yeah. Okay. There is a cross in that name, so I'm guessing it's the same person. And yeah, let's indeed jump up here. Oh, yeah, feel free to kill him. We can just to wait for the chest opening was at the end. An extra free chest is never a bad deal for anyone. And I'm gonna set myself to crate crazy as well. Let me catch the other one as well. Ever had the Guardian stuck in an area you can't shoot or just run? Yeah, I mean, that just sometimes happens. Just them going all the way in the back and stuff is already sometimes annoying. But especially the thing of this global event is it's so much better in groups. And it should really be a very... Ooh, this is an expensive one though, but I'm totally hanging on to this because I would blue core this and use it as a DZ thing. which is an unbreakable Cheska chest. But yeah, that's a crazy expensive one, just because the weapon damage is the max roll thing. I could also turn it into a free talentable chest, but I'm not sure I need any more of that. And yeah, for the boss room here, let's take something where we do the boss floor with no depth. This is not the 511. No, so I'm on the. That's only the second account that needs this part. So feel free to set your target at to whatever you guys need. I'm set to Cheska. I'll see about getting some of my backpacks on the shopping list. Actually, you know what? I'll first do actually China. Let me actually swap that now. Let's get that China chest. That should be a very easy one to get. Skill A, skill damage, retalentable. Go for that first. And yeah, this is the one place we do get a extra chest. Also, actually, here I'll matchmake us because yeah, likely not many of the regulars will be online. Let's matchmake for a fort for ours and get some more scaling out of it, and we'll just carry some person through. Also, just out of curiosity, what the others are running: Hunter's Fury and oh, Negotiated Glass. So yeah, we're basically all non-strikers. See, you don't need strikers.
Incoming.
Watch us die. No, we'll make this easily work. Just by being experienced players. But yeah, I'm a Heartbreaker. There's a Hunter's Fury and there's a Negotiator. Who needs metas anyway, right? Also, who needs to run away from explosions? Me! I need to run away from explosions. And there we go. We got the boss room done without the death. Hey, let's see if we get anyone. I feel lately Summit has been a little bit devoid of matchmaking, which kind of makes me sad. I always like Summit. And the thing of Summit as well is you have things like this where you can do the global event. Because of course I could go do countdown, but any level made here, any levels gained here are also stars, which a few extra exotic caches I'm not gonna say no to. We'll keep the same setup. I'm gonna take some other. We'll take Directive Dash because it is always worth it to do some of the challenges along the way.
Another agent has joined your group.
We got our fourth. And hey there, Costas. Morning, Kia. Devs are reverting all the new insane armor regen percentages on PTSD. Yep. So actually, that one was one that I was expecting also to not go through. So that one is at least, I was right on that one. I was expecting the Descent ones and the Gearlock also to not go through, but they seem, somewhat insistent on that. So those likely will. But yeah, the Doctor Home, especially as somebody else brought up as well, and the regen was it was obviously too powerful. Because they've already had times when we've had more regen than we have now. One of the things was, for instance, True Patriot, giving 3% regen, and you could consistently get it to trigger by having Pestilence, because the Pestilence ticks would tick every second. That would trigger the second regen, the per second 3% regen. And that was even before Memento, if I correctly remember, because they nerfed it because they wanted to put in the Memento, really, which came in a little bit later, I think a season later. But that one was already a little bit too powerful for too little a cost, because that was also the thing. It was pretty, you know, it was pretty inexpensive way of getting 3% regen in a very consistent way. So they changed it there. But also too much regen is just, yeah, it is game breaking. So luckily they did reconsider that on this. Yeah. Because I think you could get 9% regen, which means every 11.1 seconds, basically every 10 seconds, you can regen your entire armor bar when you reach numbers like that. Because it is a very compounding effect. Because it just, you know, if you have 2%, it takes you 50 seconds. If you have 3%, it takes you 33 seconds. If you have 4%, it takes you 25 seconds for your entire armor bar. And that means that once you start getting into silly numbers like 9%, where it's like 11.111111 seconds, yeah, you're getting into territory where you're regenning 200k a second. Like, that is what the Tech Tank shield does, and that's just the shield, a thing that, you know, has some limitations. You have to pull it out. It slows you down. You have to point it at a certain direction. There, if you have it just as a regen, it's just you doing it. It comes at a cost, of course. It comes at a bunch of brand bonuses and stuff. But in the DZ, that wouldn't matter with the damage changes. You just would be basically unkillable, which is a useful thing. You can have one person just be unkillable just to run in between other people and be a decoy, basically. Also, I'm curious in a second to see what our pickup buddy is. So, yeah, there's a few doors here, so I'll catch him. I was gonna say it's for proficiency, but it isn't. They are maxed out on their proficiency because they've expertise graded it. Did you guys get the chest back there as well, actually? Because that one has a chest. Yeah.
Terminal in hostile control.
Because there's 3 rooms even there. And I'll go for the servers, as we'll destroy the servers and give ourselves a delta. Uh-oh. I just barely made it out of that explosion because
Terminal destroyed.
I keep forgetting Guardians do that. Sir, could you stop shooting at my friends? Oh, I see. Holy sh! Oh, okay. I see a very big raid came in. Thank you so much, there, Solomon. That's very much appreciated. I don't know what made you make such a silly decision of a raiding some dumbass like me, but very much appreciated. And welcome all the raiders, the many of you. Let me catch up here for a second as well. But sustaining Elmo Shark is going to end the same anti-shark meta in DC as this is. Yeah, but well, this status effect changes will happen there as well. And yeah, hello all the raiders, and welcome. All the cool emotes. Been on 12 hours. My chat is fried too. Well, yeah, I saw you actually being online and doing some Lincoln runs. I hope. Well, I heard you say you had a new PB. I was kind of half listening while eating breakfast. But yeah, good to see you in some speed runs again, as you were talking about getting into some. Well, I mean, that was obvious that you were going to get into some, but also actually, you know, actually doing it is sometimes as well, you know, important to do. And yeah, I hope I'm gonna guess you didn't get the world record yet, as I think Rotor Blitz has like a god run on that one, right? On Lincoln with his 359, I think. But you know, you never know. Maybe it is doable, right? It is. Everything's doable. And what isn't doable, you just do and just make it happen. Let me actually see if there was anything else in here that I may want to answer. No game crash 2024. Well, the game is much more stable. I'm gonna guess you're asking that because you may have had some issues in the past with it. It's much more stable now. There's only really one consistent place where still some crashes happen, and that's Countdown. And really only if you have there is a situation where if the extraction is very close to the final objective, that will cause a bunch of people to get crashes. That is only the really consistent crash that still exists in the game. For the rest of it, it's mostly there are some crashes here and there, but it's not as bad as it has been at some points. So well worth a try again if you're you know, if you've had issues in the past, definitely worth trying out again and giving it a reinstall. Also, depending on how long you've been away, there's a bunch of new content. There's the incursion. There is a pretty good manhunt with a pretty good end mission. And it's pretty good because it's pretty hard, so you have to kind of enjoy hard stuff. If you enjoy hard things, you will enjoy the final manhunt mission, the climax mission. Might make you, you know, wait a little bit before you actually climax, because it's pretty hard solo, especially. It's not too bad in groups. And I'll just push this button and sit here and just be a good boy for a second. Even though I don't really have the range here. Not with the Kingbreaker, but that's fine. And yeah, thanks so much for the raid, and thanks for the good luck with the farmings. As yeah, just doing some summit here. I have a few pieces on my shopping list, but it's mostly 2 Cheska backpacks and a China chest. Going for the China chest now, and it's only really because I want to add a few free talentable pieces to some of my loadouts. Going for those. Yeah, I have the pieces already. They're just, you know, small upgrades. As next season as well, they'll add the Tinker menu, which will let me play around with talents more. So I'll likely do that. It's likely not something that is going to be needed or really even recommended for most people. But I'll play around with a bunch of talents if they're much more easily to, you know, to toggle between, which that system should provide. Improve my time from there's a guy from Taiwan with 356. Oh, okay. So that's gonna be I always forget the guy's name, right? Or is that Rotor Blitz? No, Rotor Blitz is from Korea, right? But yeah, Vroom has all the times. It's annoying that speedrun.com is kind of outdated nowadays. So, and yeah, getting the sub 4. I think if you stick with it, yes, you just Lincoln as well. I mean, you know this, but just for other people's knowledge is very dependent as well on not getting changas, not getting. I'll barely survive that. Heartbreaker Tech Tank can just barely survive a hug. Just barely. But yeah, it's about getting the guard run right and just executing on it as well, because yeah, you need to hit all those headshots regular thing through, and not getting many Chungas, not having the bosses, especially the final boss, you know, just jump down right away instead of sitting up there and just doing some Fortnite dances. So yeah. And yeah, outcasts are always very dangerous because of those guys. The elite rushers. Because yeah, with this build I want to be close, but also, you know, not too close. Making it a dance. And yeah, Scooby linked there to the build collection and the recommended build list. Yeah, for those coming in and that don't know me, I should totally do a spiel, of course, right? Because there's likely a few names in here that definitely don't know me. Hi, I'm IKEA. That's usually my intro as well for most of my videos, and I make things and stuffs, especially as linked there in the Twitch chat. Build collection and the recommended build list. I also make some calculators and some I maintain as well a few guides and a few damage calculation tables or damage tables for weapons and stuff alongside the other big spreadsheets. And I also help out with some of the other spreadsheets from time to time as well. Discord and Reddit ones. But yeah, I'm mostly known for the build collection, which you can have a go and have a look in. It's a Google folder. It has all my builds on all my characters that I primarily... Well, actually, that's no longer true because I have 3 accounts now. I'm one of those silly people. It has, from my first 2 accounts, it has the characters that are actually set up to be used on them. It has all of their builds on there. And I like playing a bunch of different stuff, so there's a lot of variety in there. So you can go through and have a look. And also, yeah, there's a recommended build list in there, which actually is more for if you're looking for actually decent builds, because there's a lot of builds in the build collection which are just in there because, you know, I wanted to test out how good armor regen can be, or how good a pestilence can be, or something like that. And the answer to both of those things, by the way, is pretty bad. So, that's the reason also they're not on the recommended build list, but the builds still exist in my build collection. So. But they can be, you know, just sometimes you need just something different. So you can find some of those in there. And yeah, also I quite often, with PTSs and stuff, go into testing, doing some of the testing and figuring out what stuff lines up with the text as written. Some stuff sometimes doesn't. You know, some stuff is labeled, for instance, total weapon damage, and then is a separate multiplier. For instance, strikers, and I'm usually the person that goes and figures a bunch of those out together with others. But usually people leave it up to me, and then they can be lazy. Although a bunch of other people as well just always do double check me and make sure I do get it right. Yes, I am in fact human in the end. And yeah, for now we'll just be doing some summits. I do enjoy summits. It is a nice little tempo, and also, you know, it's not high intensity. It's not incursion or anything like that, where you kind of need to pay attention. I always like it as well, just as a place to go and, you know, you can still chat and here as well, Cairo and Cross in my team are from the chats, so we're just running together a little bit. And we have a random with us, just match made in. And yeah, the nice thing about Summit as well, we get to do the global event. And this global event is pretty good in groups. It is pretty powerful, especially if played correctly. And playing it correctly just involves being pretty aggressive, not sitting back, just going and out there, getting a guardian kill quickly, and then just, you know, you go from there. I think Cairo went explosive build there, as suddenly a wild supercharger appeared there. And one thing I might do, because I'm set to weak points, the explosive ones are actually shared group-wide, the explosive skill ones. So I might actually set mine to that as well, and whenever some mortar kills happen, I'll benefit from those as well. And I'll just stand in front of all these people and just keep shooting until no shooting exists anymore. And I'll take another challenges here. It's always handy to grab some challenges. I'm gonna take armor draw. That should be pretty easy to get that. I'm gonna set my skill demolition and get a few from if some mortar the kills get done, which likely will happen because mortar is a pretty powerful skill. Take all our loot and go up to floor 17. And also for those catching me here, I usually stream in the evening. So this isn't my regular time. And I appreciate as well all of the follows that came in with Solid as well. Always appreciate it. I'm gonna kill this dog here quickly, because that's a loot dog. And then go from there. Now I'm gonna play aggressive, be in the front here. There's also one door behind us that can spawn some stuff, but if that does happen, then that's somebody else's problem, basically. And I'm looking for a chest, skill haste, skill damage, so I can free talent it. I already have it, the build basically that it's gonna go on. It already has a chest already, but I want to have a free talentable one, just so here and there I can just change the talent. I'm running glass on it now. It's for a hardwired seeker spam build. I'm unlikely to run much other things than glass on it, but I want to have the option. It gives me something to do. And in the meantime as well, we're getting a bunch of levels here and some... We'll likely do the entire 30 floors, at least I will. Hopefully my allies want that as well, and we'll likely get it done together. Also, I'm happy my allies are working together and spawning or triggering them together and just making spawns happen that way. Even though I'm mostly running around as a headless chicken, but I'm barely awake. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. As yeah, it is very much morning where I am. I'm from Central Europe, so it is. Well, actually, it's 11 now, but I started pretty early, 8:30ish, I think. So, because I got up early to do something and I couldn't sleep anymore, so here we are. For some reason today, I had to think back to times back in the past when I was a kid, and I would actually get up early on Saturdays for cartoons and stuff. Kind of felt like that today. It was just like, I was just in bed, I was like, let's get up and watch some cartoons or something. Although, of course, my cartoons nowadays are much more video games. Especially as well this video game. And yeah, I did get the key there, so we don't need to keep looking for it. Although watch me run out of this room and then look in every corner still, because that is how, you know, as a seasoned Summit player, you know, you automatically still go and then look in every corner. Even though I already have the key, but yeah, still automatically, you know, I look over there just to see. Oh, get spatted. I'll just rush in. One downside of this global event, though, as well, is that all of the explosions cause screen shake. But luckily, they put this one after Hollywood, so I'm very much used to like screen shake because of Hollywood, more so than regularly. So it actually works out, guys. Do you have plans to recheck the DPS table during the BTS phase 2 if they tweak any of the stats further? Yeah, I'll definitely just go through all of the things. Because also we now have, because any changes that, because just turning on the stats, we'll see the truncated stats of them. Any deviation from that is that is more than 100 basically needed. Or well, at least 50, you need basically 50 likely to, on average, to, you know, get a different number even with the truncated form. Meaning that it's quite easy to check, because also if it's less than 50 on like 50k, for ARs it's around like 40 to 50k. If it's less than 50, I don't care about it anyway, so. But yeah, I'll definitely check everything again. Likely they'll put out a list. I'm hoping they actually do add in, you know. They forgot a few weapons. So hopefully with Project Resolves, like in PTS2, they just go like, hey, oh yeah, we forgot about the SIG, the PDR, the AKs, and one that I'm forgetting. And hey, we pulled those up as well. For ARs, for instance. And also for LMGs. Hey, we're not just doing 20% across the board, because that's a dumb thing to do, because there is imbalances in LMGs as well. So we're doing, you know, 14% here, 20% there, stuff like that. But also maybe I'm too optimistic. Yeah, we'll see. We'll know next week. Although annoyingly, yeah, I won't be able to stream the 19th, as I'll be working. Again, I'm working on the day of PTS, which was the case as well with last season's PTS, I'm pretty sure. Or a PTS a while back. Hey, we got an EXO. And yeah, that's just annoying. But I'll just catch up the next day. I'll do a pretty long stream the Saturday after. We got a tardigrade there. We got a chest that can't become free talentable with glass though. So could have, yeah. Basically the same thing as I had. I want the free talentable one, so I'll keep looking. And yeah, I didn't armor break at any point because, of course not. I'll take. Yeah, directives determined for 6 floors. Why are we shooting it ourselves? Why am I being shot? Oh. Oh, hey. Ah. I'm gonna guess. Well, who was on that as well? Because yeah. No, I think actually Trojan was on it as well. I think, and so is Kyra. Oh yeah, both of you are actually set to. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, that does actually get me the one that I'm after. So thank you very much. And yeah, that one is well enough to optimize. I'm okay paying that optimization price. Meaning that, yeah, I'll change my targeted to Cheska and go after the Cheska backpacks that I'm after. But also, you guys feel free if you have something to farm for, no need to. I do appreciate it, but also I feel kind of bad always. Oh, we're on floor 20. I should set mine to a boss thing of excellent execution. We shall excellently execute. There's always the danger that I accidentally blow myself up.
High-risk target approaching.
I'll go chase the boss. Because I can just likely burn him down pretty quickly. Plus, you know, he can't do much to me. I should just keep some distance because I'm already seeing it happen that I'll be a little bit too close to an enemy and just get exploded by their explosion. And another exotic there I saw as well. It's looking at that one going, might be useful for something with the hazard, but nah. It's protector. And we definitely got our excellent execution with nobody going down. Because of course not. Oh, and yeah, that's mortar kills are coming in indeed. It's 16 as well, shared by Cairo basically. We'll keep the same same settings. I always like these 4 directives. It's pretty easy to deal with, and also they don't get in the way of many builds, so people can run what they want, which I like as well. I think we're gonna go this right here. The directive is determined. Grab some sugary stuff. No. Okay. And well, appreciate it, Chris. As they say, I got nothing better for to farm. Oh no. all the raids are happening, and thank you so much, Xanonymous. I'm gonna say that's that's the actual pronunciation. I hope I'm getting it right. But yeah, very much appreciated for the raid there.
Control.
And actually, earlier on, I totally forgot, of course, to give a shout out.
Terminal destroyed.
Did that break? Oh, that did break. I'll fix that in a second. I see what I did there. That's the wrong command structure. It is /SO, of course. It's exclamation SO is for chatbot commands. As I did forget earlier to give that as well for Solid's generous rating, and also very much appreciated, Anonymous. And yeah, I hope everybody is doing well. That got dragged into this silliness, and also I hope you had a good stream there, Anonymous. Yeah, I'm not completely familiar. I think I've seen your name in the category here and there, but I must admit I'm not completely familiar. So catch up here as well. And indeed, Happy New Year, indeed. A belated one, but it is still a new year, and we are still happy. We're doing good. The tires are okay. Yeah. Thanks for poking in, though, and glad you like the summit as well. I like it as well. It is nice, and you know, it has a nice rhythm to it. It's not too intense. You have some moments that you kind of need to pay attention when you get some double jammers, or like some rusher or some heavy Riker takes out half the team or something in seconds. But most of the time, it's just run and gun, and then a few moments of exhilaration. I always like those. But it also lets me, not be too intense and interact with chat and hang out. And also, it's getting towards the afternoon for me, but it is still morning, and I did get up early. I'm still half awake. Oh, as you have the hoarder. I was gonna say Christmas hoarder still, because that's still ingrained into me, but since 4 days, he's no longer the Christmas hoarder. It's the 19th he ended being that. He took off his Christmas hat, and he's no longer dropping, the deliveries of the festive kinds, and no, the chill is out. The chill out is out, and he's no longer slaying Queen, and he has had all the carols to the point that he no longer goes about them. All right, that's the 250 250 weak points, which I'm happy to have gotten. Although I usually get those pretty easily. I still need to go farm some Black Tusk at some point, because I do want to get 120 on this account. I usually always get those for leagues and stuff. It's totally unneeded. You only need 60. You don't get anything more for doing over 60, except you get a little bit of XP bonuses. I am gonna go check in that back room all the way, because the key can be in here. It isn't. I might have already gotten the key. I'm barely paying attention. Which is fine, because I'm with competent players, and we're going through it pretty quickly. All I need to do is here and there do my part of killing stuff, and we'll end up fine. Oh, I'm already actually done with mortar kills as well, so that was pretty quick. And much appreciated, as those are shared. So luckily, when Cairo is running them, I'm getting them as well. That door is closed, I think. They're opened. Catch up as well. I'm new to the game, and the community has been so nice. Yeah, good to hear. As most of the community is very. Most of the community that's also still kind of around and enjoys the game. They kind of know it, and they also it's a much more adult community for the most part. Not so much, just older, just because
Now we got her.
it is a
Rogue striker.
game that really does a lot of much older players as well kind of stick around with, as it gives them a lot of options as well, kind of MMO style. Still a good shooter, and then if you aren't as good at shooting, for instance, which sometimes with age that kind of deteriorates, it has still options for them, and but also plenty of oldies that really outperform me even, or a lot of people in the game as well. It's not all. But that also means that, yeah, there is also it just being an older game, just some of that crowd that sometimes is way too much into, the newest thing always, which sometimes as well is very, vocal in a negative way, isn't around. So. But yeah, the community around Division is always, I've felt it has always been a really great place. Community I enjoy as well, very much so. And also very helpful, as a lot of people do enjoy learning about the game and then also, passing that along. And yeah, here we have another 3 floors done. I didn't actually remember what floor we start. I think 7, so I likely need to do a bunch of floors more still. I'm gonna go back to punishing precision, get those last weak point kills or weak point destructions. Can't pick up make to have 0. Ah, okay. Let's do this then. Once everybody has their loot and we're all at the elevator, because yeah, Cairo has the bug with hard to earn. Once we're all ready, I'll take us to lobby, and the fix for that is one of 2 things. Is our ally coming to you? I just want to make sure they have to grab their loot. Yeah. The solution, a simple solution for that is to go back to the lobby, turn it off here, accept it, and then turn it back on, and then accept it again, and then go back up. And this doesn't cost us really anything, because even we keep our memento stacks and even stuff. As it does sometimes break hard to earn. It's not only fragile armor that breaks, it's some others as well. But yeah, that should fix it. But actually, yeah, we'll give our allies a few seconds here as they are doing some inventorying, which is fine because I'll do the same. So I don't want to favorite that one. Because actually, while I'm here, I'm gonna put that one chest in the stash here because I'll forget. We'll put it at the end of the stream. We'll put it on that character already. Also, that chest I'm gonna keep. And where's the China? Here. Because I'll just optimize that one up, and we'll use that. It's teaching all of it. All right. Nice. Worst nightmares drones. Well. At least they are, once you kind of get more used to them, depending on the drone type, I'm going to guess with the Summit here, you mean just the striker drones here. You can deal with them pretty easily. There are, for instance, the build I'm running is pretty resistant to them with the shield, tech tank. But also, just as a red build, you can grab a jammer pulse, and just
Accessing server.
a jammer can kill them pretty quickly. I'll take the back one here. I see. I'm gonna wait for my allies to stack up and hit them all together. And especially, for instance, if you're running an Eclipse and you just jammer pulse them, you can make basically it's completely trivial, because one jammer pulse, if done right, especially if you catch them in their doors as they're spawning, will just kill every wave that spawns.
Contact here.
This one might be bugged. Oh no, oh, let's go.
Terminal infiltrated.
That was weird, I just took that much longer. But yeah, those bug out sometimes as well. And yeah, let me know, Cairo, if it should have fixed your not being able to pick them up, right? Not getting any. Because yeah, you do, at one point you just run out of med packs and it just becomes annoying. That bug is kinda annoying.
System
Oh,
curtailed.
yeah. Yes, Kairo's typing. Oh, yeah.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
I'll go kill that EMP jammer that is detected and is nearby.
System malfunctioning.
But the annoying thing is,
System
those things, when it's that version, you can't pulse them, so you can't stack on them with Heartbreaker. Meaning, I was doing barely any damage there. There's one thing I should be doing, which I'm doing pretty poorly, is stacking more than I am. As I am Heartbreaker, I should be stacking with the ACS a little bit here and there. And then murdering with the Teambreaker.
An agent needs assistance.
After combat death. Crit chance, weapon handling, sadly. The thing I'm farming for is a few Cheska backpacks, actually. Just to make a few more free talentable ones. I have a bunch of ones with like Vigilance or Wicked or stuff like that for some builds that aren't free talentable. I want to turn them all free talentable. So spending some time on that now. It is basically a non-upgrade, except that it gives me the opportunity to change the talent if I were one to, which likely will not be the case because also like. But with the new tinkering thing, I'm justifying it by going like maybe with the tinkering thing I might do that because I can do it out in the field and stuff. That was punishing precision then. And Summit for XP is decent as long as you do it with a bunch of at least 4 directives. I usually actually, if I'm solo, I usually set 6 directives because especially tech tanks don't care about cool skills anyway. And, fragile armor is also less of an issue if you're not armor breaking, really, which tech tanks don't as much. Yeah, we'll get elites headshot kills. Man, it's gonna be ambush.
Hostiles.
Oh no, we are ambushed. I feel so ambushed. By these ambushers. Our friendly trash ninjas. Hey, that's actually kind of cool with with Guardians. We see when the next wave already has spawned in. We have some enemies in the corridor. Which took offense to me firing a suppressed weapon. And you have moments like this, like that person is guarded, I'll just go kill a guardian in the back. It did cost me most of my armor to get it, but also when I got killed, I popped back to full armor because that's a mechanic of Guardians. The first time you get Guardians, when it's a fresh buff, basically, not when you're refreshing it, it just gives you a full heal. Anyway, we do have a chest back here. Oh, no, actually, it's just resources. It isn't any loot. But that does make Guardians a little bit useful for things like I'm running with the tech tank. Although Summit already makes that quite handy. Just having something a little bit more bulky that can, you know, run in and do objectives if need be. It's not necessary, but we have enough damage here already, so I can go and be that. But yeah, having something a little bit more tanky that can like run past 1 or 2 enemies and get the Guardian in the bag, it's kind of handy. But there's other ways to deal with it as well, because the guarded enemies are not, they're not immune to CC. They're immune to damage, but you can, for instance, foam them, you can set them on fire and just, it won't do damage to them with the fire, but they'll just do the dance, you know, they'll do the wiggles. So there is ways around it. It's something that I'm surprised about, since most of the players I've seen is in their 30s to 40s. Yeah, I mean, the game does have a... that's always the case kind of with games that go on a little bit in time. Is you know, the younger crowd is usually... I used to be, and it's not a like a bad thing or anything. When I was younger, I was also just, you know, going from new game to new game. You know, the hottest new things. As I get older, I'm much more interested in playing games that I very much enjoy, and that's, for instance, why I'm also very much. I mean, I'm there's a hint in my Twitch name, which could give you a hint as to how old I am and what my age kind of is. But yeah, being in my mid-30s is, you know, I'm much more inclined actually to stick to a game, and Division has been that game for me for the last few years. I still play a bunch of other games, but I'm no longer chasing, you know, the newest thing. And actually, for the last few years, I'm definitely been more about... oh yeah, well, shoot the luck thing out there. Shoot the yellow chest. I've been mostly as well just actually since my late 20s. I don't usually, even the games that I really want to play, I really want to play Starfield. I really want to play Baldur's Gate, but I'll wait for a year that they're out. Baldur's Gate I'm kind of more okay with not having that. And I'll just buy the gold edition or the ultimate edition. Also by those times, usually most of their bugs are fixed, and it's a much more enjoyable experience, I feel, at those times. But yeah, that doesn't mean that, for instance, I am a little bit behind usually and spoiler. I still also, for instance, really want to play Armored Core, but likely I'll wait till like it goes on a big sale or something. I'm much more okay with that being older. I don't think it's even like wisdom thing or something. It's just as I get older, I'm much more, you know, in tune with what I like, what I don't like, and that, for instance, makes a game like Division already be something that I'm okay playing basically daily, especially since I've taken to streaming. I do play it daily, and it has enough things for me to do daily, even to this time. Although, of course, I do,
Hostile control.
you know, I'm not the average player of a game or of this game. I'm very much an outlier with somebody that goes out of their way to make their own fun.
Terminal destroyed.
Often as well. And of course, I'm streaming it and stuff as well. That helps a little because quite often as well, I'm interacting with different people and just, you know, when you're playing with different teams each evening with different players, different skill levels and stuff as well, you know, that already makes it quite interesting.
Detected.
And yeah, we have this empty room again.
Hostile striker drone detected.
I'll keep opening it just to check if there's at one time a key in there.
Nearby hostage situation.
I think it won't ever happen, but you never know. And yeah, here we have the drones actually. But yeah, one jammer pulse killed that entire first wave. There's a second jammer pulse going out killing the second wave. And the first will be back again in a second actually. Oh, actually, I think somebody went to... cross. I don't see their second skill, so I don't see the cooldown of it, but with how fast it was there, I'm gonna guess it's the raid build. It's the Razorback drone killer. So that one can definitely kill all of these waves. And yeah, we'll start working on Now let's start working on steady stepper. Oh, the legendary explosive drones. Yeah, the best solution for those actually, as I'm catching up to. Yeah, way ago, but yeah, my biggest downside always is I'm pretty slow with the chats. Even in content like this, where they're like, it's easy because I can interact better.
System.
I'm not the greatest. But yeah, the easiest way to deal with those is actually to not let them to get to the point that they even deploy them. That is basically the strat most teams will get into. But it takes a while till you're into the game to that point, or like have the spawning knowledge of legendaries. But over time you will. And that's usually how most teams deal with it, is there's a foam and 3 strikers, and there's just so much damage there that instead of letting anybody set up a little bit, everything just dies before they really get set up. Because that's actually one of the things why in the past it used to actually be a decent choice, as I got it there. To go turret drone, because the difference between turret drone and high ends,
Nearby.
so high end obliterates, especially, as a lot of people didn't want to run focus, which was much better, but people didn't want to. I'll leave that door actually to Cairo. I'll go camp this door.
I'm in trouble here.
Is yeah, the difference between that and striker is much bigger than like a turret drone build and striker versus turret drone build versus high end, because one of the best ways as well to deal with them, and why turret drone still even to this day sometimes gets recommended for legendaries. The turret and the drone will just pull all of those drones to them, especially if you place them well in the way of the enemy, like in front of you basically. And especially if, for instance, one person then as well is running the artificer, they won't die because they'll get healed by the artificer for a metric buttload. So there are strats like that have kind of been forgotten. But yeah, if you're aggro enough, if you're fast enough, you can just kill everything. As long as you kind of know where it spawns. But yeah, that can take some while and can get teams killed. But there's no shame in just, running through it a few times with turret drone and learning them. Because even with a turret drone, with a decent team, you can get through it in a decent time. Or you can watch other people's content on it, because there is some people that either just speed run the missions, and then you kind of, the way they play it, you'll definitely just see all the spawns, because they'll just kill all the spawns as they spawn. That's yeah, the best tactic. And once you kind of know it, you just kind of know it. I'll yoink that. I didn't actually see what it exactly was.
Nearby hostage situation.
Weapon hand. I'll hang on to it. I'll actually likely hang on to that one just as for concussion back there. But yeah. Let's see about getting some of those. Yeah, thanks for sharing as well. Before I forget to say that. But yeah, I'll hold that a little bit for free talentable ones. Because if I'm gonna spend the resources on it, I would like them to be those. We reached another end of a 3 floor. We have the key as well. Let's go get the boss here. I think after that I only need to do like 6 floors, I think. Oh, I should have left the chest for somebody. There is a commendation attached to that chest, but it only goes to the person opening it. I already have it, so yeah, I should definitely Remember to leave others to open this. For those that don't have it yet. Let's open these 3 summit caches just to open up some space here. And also let me bring this back up. There we go. And this back up. There we go. Do I have anything left for boss rooms? I think only the 7 directive one or the 6 directive one, which we aren't on, so we'll just stay to steady. And yeah, this is this one. Oh, with warhounds. Yeah, watch out for the snipers. I'm gonna take a hard left here, go up. This is usually what I do with this room, and go and get set up for the spawn in a second. Because they will spawn here.
High-risk target approaching.
And if I can kind of capture them here, that will let my allies also get up to here. And once we're all here, we're gonna murder them. Because they only spawn here, only the named won't. I'm gonna put my artificer hive down and kill this dog, barricading myself so I can keep my shield, because my shield is important. But yeah, small tactics like that is kind of handy to know. Because yeah, the artificer, that blue line, is giving me immunity from disrupt and shock. Because all of these warhounds would otherwise disrupt me and I'd lose my shield. Not that I took any shots there, but you know, I could have. Because the second you don't take out your shield, you'll take all the sniper shots to the face. That's that's how the universe works. If you don't buy a lottery ticket, you would have won. If you buy it, you'll definitely lose. MDR likely actually let me check my project, and I think Cairo and Nox were pretty early in joining me as well, so they'll likely be at kind of the same amounts. I'm on 24, so yeah, so we'll need to do 2 sections. Well, I need to do 2 sections. I think Cairo was with me from the start. Cross that likely needs 2 more floors. We will likely do that. We'll go all the way to 40. Leave it there, because also I do need to in a while go and do some stuffs and things, and actually specifically as well I want to start on doing some stuffs and things. Nah, I was thinking about it. I'll leave it to our friend. Maybe he wants it. Although, well, it's gonna get pulled in 5 seconds, so maybe just grab it for the resources.
Rogue striker drone detected.
Also, we haven't had rogue agent. We haven't had rogue agent Shaggy
Detected.
in a while. And one thing with a memento is if I get a few memento stacks as well, I can actually take them pretty easily. Let's see about. But also, yeah, once these complete, everything dies anyways.
Terminal controlled.
And yeah, also on the Guardians challenges, I'm reaching the point of Actually, those skill kills seem to be shared, actually, because likely those happened during the mortars. Because the veteran guardians with skill kills are likely just run a turret drone hybrid, or actually likely just eclipsing for a while, doing some content with some missions or something with Eclipse. I'll likely get those in as while the fire won't count as skill kills generally. What will is the Stinger Hive that I'll be running with it. And sometimes the initial explosion. I might go out of my way to put an extra fire cam underneath veterans and stuff. Oh, as well. I think Cairo indeed also went to Eclipse as well. Might even get a few from them. I'm gonna stay in the circle here, mostly just so they don't recapture it. They spawn pretty close from there as well, and there. So it's best for somebody to stay in there just so they can't recapture it. Well, easily. If they get 2 people in there, it's a tug of war kind of thing. So if they get 2 people in there, it starts going their way. And I'm happy our
Server terminal detected.
little pickup, because yeah, we did matchmake the last person in the group. It's just a matchmate, not per se in comms with us. Although I'm not in comms with my allies as well. But they likely have the stream open so they hear me. But even our buddy is waiting for us and stuff. Because often here as well in Summit, it's quite annoying if there's people rushing in and aggroing everything, scattering everything. It's much easier when that doesn't happen. Which is, for instance, here. Okay, is doing a good job eclipsing. I do like Guardians in the Summits, because it also solves one of the annoyances with Summit, which is that enemies will spawn from everywhere, so it's sometimes easy to get, lose sight of an enemy, and they'll go, somewhere in a back room somewhere, and you'll have to run a pulse or something to find them. They'll just, run around for a while till you find them. You have the key here as well. So that solves that, at the very least, as long as it's not a Warhound or something, because yeah, Warhounds won't get marked. Also, if an enemy gets away after all the Guardians are killed, it won't be marked either. But it's much more rare. It's much easier to see that they're spawning from here and there. Still looking. We have the key already, and I'm still looking in the corners. But that's just habit. And hey there, Teok. I cannot recognize the buffs. Which build are you playing? I'm currently playing the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, and actually, it's 4.14. That one I know from memory. So I'll link it there. But yeah, it's a memento with Heartbreaker with 3 blue cores as well, together with Artificer and a shield. And it's one of my preferred builds, especially solo and in Summit and in open world. Especially places where something a little bit more chunky like this can be useful. For instance, here in the Summit. Although I'm not doing the best job of it. We need to... Oh, actually, no. I was going to say, I saw the marker there. I was like, oh, it's on the laptop, but it's not. It's on the... We're done. I was while I was explaining, I wasn't paying attention, and we were done before I even got into the fight. So yeah, best build ever is this, because you just get a few buddies and they'll just clear everything, and then you just don't have to do anything. That's the best. That makes it the best build ever. But yeah, it's basically a little bit chunky, so it can push in, get some guardians in the back and stuff. Especially solo, I like it just because it has still enough killing power. Like, this is my solution to what I would want, especially solo. Just having enough killing power, not having to, you know, really play as a glass or something. Because I used to play as a glass. I was very much a religious glass player, basically, back when that was the meta. But I started shifting to other builds because, especially with this, I dictate the pace, which is a playstyle I very much prefer. That's also why before this I used to, you know, go into Hunter's Fury and stuff as well. But this, so here we're with a too good of a team basically. So, and we're not on the higher floors yet, where you have much more elite enemies and stuff, where something like this will kind of come more into its own. But especially with, for instance, just solo, where you don't have a team, or with like some more weaker teams, my shield is very strong. And I can stand in front of a bunch of enemies. And definitely I can stand in front of one enemy, at least. So if I make it into 1 versus 1s, I'm basically always going to win the 1 versus 1. Even if I don't kill them as fast as, you know, a striker, a full red striker or something. And that does include, for instance, rogues as well, and then the, you know, like really powerful enemies. I can just tank them on the shield for a while. And the shield gets healed. That's also an important part of it. But yeah, there are basically a whole class of things. Also, if you go to my, if you're kind of interested in them, there's a Heartbreaker Tech Tank Showcase, which is this specific build. But I also have a master class for Tech Tanks, because I have them in, nowadays, in many a variety. So Striker, Heartbreaker, Negotiator, all three I kind of really like. For different reasons. The Striker, especially with Ouroboros, is just, you know, it's very powerful. The Negotiator is really good for solo control points and stuff. For the times you don't want to use Determined Hotshot or something like that. Ready? No, that's fine. What is? Cautiously waiting. And yeah, there's even a video with weird tech tanks of going with where I made a what's it called, Umbra one, and the FI one, and ongoing directive one, and True Patriot one. Of those, none of them were really good. I've kept the ongoing directive one, but you know, just messing about, kind of, because it's much more, it's more of a layout kind of thing. So it's the layout of having Technician, having the Artificer, Shield, and then Memento, and then 6-tier Shield. Basically 6-tier Shield and a 2-tier Artificer healing it. That's really what the tech tank at its core is. You can overlay that on a bunch of stuff, and high end as well. But the high end one is pretty weak. I wouldn't recommend it anymore. Actually, I also have a Hunter's Fury one, so yeah. Literally, in many a denomination, they exist. But here, it's I could be running a full Striker here, and 90% of the time I would be better off. Just because the team is so good. Oh yeah, sorry, Grass, for shooting you in the back of the neck there. A little bit, as always, shooting past your head. But yeah. As I saw the confusion there. Mostly because, yeah, just to explain that, because the team is pretty good. We have a CC'er here as well and stuff, so But I still, I'm doing plenty of damage. So we're just being lazy and not grabbing that. And it's here and there, it might come in handy if you know, we accidentally blow ourselves up with someone.
Come on!
And yeah, the Guardian buffs helps out a lot as well. Also, yeah, after this, once we reach the chest here, I really should go take a bio break. I'm like, we're almost there. I'll just finish up this summit floors and we'll end the stream there, as I'll do some streaming as well today. Later on today, although I need to go take a few hours of sleep. As the reason I was streaming this early, this isn't my normal streaming time. It's basically noon now for me, and we've been going for like 3.5 hours. So I start at like 8:30 in the morning, which isn't my normal time. But yeah, I had to go to work, get some start up the shop basically, as I work for a venue that has a bar and stuff, so it starts early. And none of the other people with a key were available, so I just had to go and start up and just... Usually I come back and go to bed. But I couldn't sleep, so I was like, I'll just, you know, play. And then I was like, oh, if I'm gonna go play, I might as well stream, which, you know, worked out as we made basically a shopping list earlier, and now we're just doing a little bit of farming towards it. Although it's not a big shopping list, it's basically... Well, we already got the China chest. I want 2 more China or Cheska backpacks. Crit chance, crit damage.
Accessed.
With free talents, but I'll just have keep an eye out for Cheska and stuff. They shouldn't be hard to get. And I need an RPK as well. I'll farm some LNGs. Free talentable RPK. I'm gonna push up here and get the upper floor here.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, it's staggered. Oh, I think somebody downstairs also likely got blown up.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, barely survived that explosion. That's how powerful that explosion is. Almost took me out there. As a red build, you basically completely die to that explosion, but the correct thing to do is just to not be in that explosion. Have you tried not being in the red circles? It's a famous line that many an MMO player will have heard at some point. Just and as a healer, I've said that many a times in my existence. Dude, have you tried not standing in all of the red circles? No, I blew up that guy's thingy, and that didn't work out for me. Also in the back there we have another door that is completely empty, even though it has a lock on it. And we have the key already, I think, so it's even not worth it getting in there. I should actually set a... See now that I don't have a tactical challenge selected. Should set that to something, anything.
Agent down.
Somebody took one to the face again, I'm gonna guess. I'll set it to that. They're getting hyped, right? Oh, what? They likely released. That's usually the cause for that. That would be a weird thing to do to yourself. Because, yeah, they were in their hive. It was trying to get them. Because usually if you bleed out during it, it still gets you out. You get out. Yeah, no worries. I mean, those kinds of things as well. Like, just shooting past someone and hitting them sometimes. It's just part of the game. It just happens. The double heavies. Likely meaning this was a heavy fight, I'm gonna guess. But actually, maybe not. We got a capacitor out of it. Well, we got an exotic component out of it. Oh no, actually this is just True Suns. So it's just 2 True Suns heavies. Oh, that's a lot of them. Actually, I can't shoot through that. I'll share that. That one might be worth it for someone. And yeah, I totally need to have a little run to the bathroom after this one. Oh, actually, as well. The status effects applied by creeping that continue individually to spread out via the eclipse. Yeah, they just count as statuses. Basically, any with some exception, because the annoying thing is, as with all things, there is, you know, there is a few exceptions. Any effect applied by Eclipse in any way, really, for instance, even if you shoot a barrel in the world and they get set on fire, or it explodes and it applies bleed or something like that, or poison even as well. So poison from DC62 in Jefferson Plaza, for instance. There's a few places where you can shoot the barrel. If the Eclipse player shoots it, you can have, you know, poison that spreads from that and stuff. Although, of course, then there is stuff like the missiles, the ones in, or the missile launchers in Tidal, where you can set one of them on fire and doesn't spread, even though it is just the initial fire, or just, you know, it's just from. So you have stuff like that, which is just, you know, outliers that are, you know, just mess up everything and make everything hard. Consistency, you know, is a far to go. But in general, yeah, anything spread, anything that basically is caused by an eclipse, any status effect by any form, including creeping death, it will all be things that spread. And yeah, let's get the thing here. I'll step into the elevator real quick, and I'm going to go for a speed run as well, but a different one than most, which is that I'm gonna speed run to the toilet and try to get it glitchless and get it flawless. I'm gonna try to, you know, not pee outside of the bowl and not accidentally die just going there. Companion one. Oh, this rest. That's actually I'm gonna add that glove to here, because this glove is maybe worthwhile for some striker build or something, because it can become full crit chance crit damage. Kind of thinking that lowers the importance of Eclipse chest on a foam build. Yes and no, because the spread range is very important still. And I feel free to you guys. If you guys are ready. Because I kind of want to run to the toilet as you can't see it down there, but I'm doing the I need to pee dance, which you know. But that's fine as well. As yeah, I'll well, we're going up and loading. I'll be right back. As yeah. Back we are. Back I am there as well. And running and oh. Thank you guys for waiting. Very polite. Yeah, sorry for wait there.
Shade tech detected.
Gonna rush in and try to get a kill quickly because I do want to keep my memento stacks. Oh, yeah, and also as a simple trick, because I should call that out there as I did it there. If you are technician, which I am, or the tech tank, it's quite handy to use an EMP grenade on that box. Am I just not getting the kills? I am. Competing with some powerful builds sometimes. For a second there, I was like, am I just... Are memento stacks not dropping? But no, I was just not getting the kill shot there. Which isn't weird because we are with a bunch of powerful builds. But yeah, throwing a EMP grenade at the chest here will, will disable it for a while, letting you not have to deal with its skills. It is quite handy to know. Also in countdown and stuff. I'll go get Pyro in a second. Oh, sure. Hive that went his way. Sure. And I kind of do want to stay close to the circle or in it. Briefly gonna actually splash some water on my face as well. Let's dry that up. Just to give me wake me up, basically. Edging backwards there. And we'll go and get this loot as well. I'll open the door while they open the chest.
Terminal in hostile control.
I think I actually already likely have my 30 floors done, so I think. And the easy way to know is if I were to have my exotic cache. Just have a look in a second. So, likely didn't pay attention when I got it, because I think I started at floor 7, so meaning this would have been the 30. Also, we have an ongoing in the team now, as I'm getting special hollow points here and there, so that's nice. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna have a peek at my allies. Kairo's running the ongoing negotiated class still, and oh yeah, this guy was running. I totally forgotten what that guy was running. He's basically running a striker where he's nerfed himself, which, you know, good on him. Taking the challenge route. But yeah, let's take it to 40 and actually complete 40. That will make sure, I think, Cross as well gets his completion then, and then I'd be up for something else. I might actually not hop off yet, as I'm not feeling tired much yet, although of course we had some fun moments there, so. And it's always annoying that you can't aim while on fire. But yeah, we might go and do some other stuffs. Oh, actually, wait, did we all receive our exotic caches? At that point? Okay, I have my exotic cache. But did I receive it here too? No. I received it earlier, I think. But then, yeah, let's finish off this section and take it to the boss if you guys are up for it, and then might go do some missions or something a little bit different, just for variety's sake, for a little bit longer, and then I'll see about going to bed at around 2ish, taking a few more hours, and then we'll be back in the evening. Oh yeah, I should catch up on some of this as well. Just thinking of the options, maybe something like trauma is handy instead of other novices. I mean, it's not bad thinking, but the thing of it as well still is though that initial.
System.
Can I get here? That spread from the kill still is a very important.
System reactivated.
Wait, am I out of it? Oh, I am out of it. Is this in?
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, all my allies are very much deceased. I'll see about salvaging this. I need this thing gone. I can't let it come back up. And then we'll go about resalvaging this, and that should be doable. I need this shield guy gone. That did spawn the next wave, which is a bit annoying. But that's one person up, and we'll just go from there. I'm gonna leave whoever that is down, as that is cross, but I'll go get this man, because this will be a shorter revive. And then I'll go get cross as well. Just having another gun in the game can be handy. Sparrow's getting him. And yeah, sometimes it just goes like that a little bit, and that's the handy thing of having a build like this in there. Because if I was, because I was talking and barely paying attention, so I didn't see it going wrong as it started going wrong. If I was strikers, we would have wiped there. Not that that have been an issue, because we're not like, you know, we get set back a little bit. See the key back there as well. I'm gonna go get it. But yeah, something a little bit more chunky like this can sometimes save the day like that. Just because I have the tools to stay alive. I don't have the tools to really quickly kill or anything. Well, the global event helps a little bit. But yeah, there we salvaged it. And that was more the build than me. That was more having something that can survive a little tickling by the enemies a little bit here and there. So. Close the distance a little.
High-risk target approaching.
Let's kill these a little bit, actually. There we go. Murder happened. Did it do? Oh, did it do? My thinking is that if creeping is already spreading the effect outwards, Eclipse effective range is already increased by that alone. Maybe that's not. For most missions, it would be. Actually, for the most ways that people use it in, for instance, DUA or something, it would perfectly be fine without the chest. Because you're spawn camping them anyway. And really the real reason to use creeping death, I mean, well, you know this just for benefit of others as well, is mostly just so you hit one side of a door and you get both sides of the door. So you either, where normally if you just foam until the kill happens and spreads, it doesn't. And for most of the cases, yeah, you could go something like trauma and stuff. But keep in mind as well, it's also the duration of it that gets transferred, or the duration amount with the chest that's increased. That one is sadly pretty good looking, but sadly, yeah, steady-handed. I mean, you could make a sniper shotgun with it. You could get there a little bit faster. I'll leave that to somebody else. Well, it looks good. My stash is too full. But actually, so for instance, the way we're using it in DUA, outside of a few places, so for instance, outside of like the garage and the fight in front of the garage where the enemies already spawned in, I think you would be perfectly fine giving up the chest. The thing is, you don't really need to, and also in there, you only have really one job. So, but yeah, speedrun wise or something, yeah, there are choices to be made there. Because yeah, trauma can be good, but also, for instance, I would definitely think as well of tamper-proof. Because tamper-proof can deny an entire door pretty easily. Trying to think of what else you could have on the chest. But yeah, trauma would also, for a quick blind and stuff, could be handy. The bleed is pretty useless, but having another source of blind. But the thing is as well, would you really do that, or would you grab a sharpshooter and just get it with the grenades, give up the other grenades? Because you can still lefty with it, you can still sledge with a flashbang as well. So, it's stuff like that. It's more, it's not so much that it's a bad choice, it's much more that it's just, you know, consistency and just, it is a good enough choice, and 99% of the time, and then at like, or well, 90% of the time, and then that 10% that a different thing would be the better choice, kind of just, you know, you just take it with it. But one thing I definitely actually wanted to do, actually I forgot about that, that would have been on this list as well, as I didn't want to, I swapped that, my glass eclipse is with Golan again, because I just wanted to use that Golan piece instead of the electric piece. But I should go back to electric and try to get
An agent is no longer in your group.
our friend also had their thing. Yeah, I'll take us out to DC, Washington DC. Let's get cleaned up. I'm gonna pop my caches and stuff, and if you guys are up for it, we'll go and do something else. I know if you guys have something in mind that you want to do, feel free to say so, and otherwise we'll likely maybe go do some missions or something if you guys are up for it. Maybe a control point or two. Indeed, those tech tank moments. Well, yeah, I'm gonna guess people got pushed out of their covers and stuff at just the wrong times with the jamming, with the death pulse, the death jam, and yeah, indeed, the loss of duration is actually more what I would be concerned about. But also, quite often you don't even get to a second wave anyway.
Safe area detected.
You know, everything dies instantly, basically, and does it then matter? But so I got a mantis there, which is not going to be buffed, or is going to be buffed, or is not going to be buffed, or is going to be buffed, or is not going to. Make up your damn minds. But yeah, the mantis should be less buffed than it was buffed. It should still be buffed, but just not buffed as it buffing buffed. The word buff lost all meaning there. I said it so much that it lost all semblance of being a word. Oh, that's the stuff on the ground there. I'm like, why can't I mark it for junk? Because it's on the ground. Because I'm paying attention. Totally. Let's see if I'm keeping any of this or maybe sharing any of it.
Nice doing business with you.
Because most of these have just two things that are wrong with them, which means that they're basically useless. We'll toss that mantis as well. Into the void of becoming exotic components. 292 of them, which although I saw Cairo posting a screenshot of 777, so I'm very jealous. Although they've also gone out of their way to farm it a bit, I am gonna assume. Because I've also saved up a little bit here to get another 4 times 6, so that's another 24 from there. Also have a few saved up, and I'll add to it in my mailbox as well with from the reward tracks. So you know, I'll get to the 300. Yes, if your only job is to CC, so really, yeah, that's more the thing. Where in general play, it's gonna be the chest anyway, because you have basically one job, and yeah. That thing, the chest will make it much more consistent that you can do your job. But yeah, I am actually surprised people aren't experimenting more with it, especially for like legendary speedruns and stuff. But also, I think in there, there's much more time to be gained with better red play than the former. Yeah, I got unlucky with the jam timing. Okay. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Because I was also kind of talking, and then I looked over and go like, "Oh, the entire team is dead. My time to shine." And not shine because I got hit in the face by a radioactive jammer pulse. Because you do shine from that, but just not in the way you would want. Your face shines off. Is there any good... actually, I think Cheska was over here, right? Yeah. You guys up for maybe doing some open worlding? We'll take it to Haven. And we'll go and either 3 or 5 directive. I don't know which one you guys prefer. Because I would say... let's maybe go 5, and I'll run pistol, or I'll run... Headhunter, and I'll
Hostile guardians are now active.
negate Pistolero a little bit.
Entering safe area.
Others can, but yeah, let me actually bump this to 5 directives then. As we'll go, for no particular reason, we're gonna go to Cheska zone. But yeah, we'll likely just hit the 2 control points, do a few, do I even have any bounties here? Not really. So might just hit some activities and do that for a little hour or so, and then done. I'm gonna grab my grade 20 Regulus, because there ain't no party like a Regulus party, because a Regulus party just explodes. And if anybody else wants to join us, because we have a spot free, then feel free to say so, or just jump on me. And yeah, let's go deal with that control point first. Which is that way. I always forget which way it is. But we'll just run from here. That's really the only downside of New York for me, is there aren't many fast travel points. A lot less, especially without the classified as well. So, I'll start moving towards there. I see my buddies still in their menus, but they'll catch up. Because worst case, I'll wait at the edge of it. Also, I might run into a patrol on the way, and I might get us some ammo already. Definitely slide there, of course, because that's important. Gotta slide. If I might have 3 regulars, yeah. I mean, that's usually not a big issue. Having too many Regulus headhunters is usually better than too few. Also, the global event is on, so that helps a little bit ammo conservation. Well, it's mostly rate of fire.
Team
But
protected by Guardian.
let's start heading into here. I'll still pop my drone, even though, yeah, we see where they all are. We still don't see their animations and stuff, so I like having the drones then. Yeah, charging up my Dutch city. Let's see where Cairo is. They're likely maybe AFK for a second. Let's give them a second to catch up. In the meantime as well, I'll grab some water. And let me catch up here as well. But also for this, you can run hotshot and stuff. The tournament and stuff works well enough as well. I'm just grabbing Regulus mostly because I have that on this character. Wow, Cairo is at 803 exotic components. That is quite wild. I've also, although yeah, I've also spent mine quite well. This guy's aggro? Did I just not watch out? Did they aggro to me? Did they see my drone? So let's maybe go hit that territory control while we wait. I think I'm gonna get Skyro take a minute there, which is fine as well. We went and did a bunch of floors there, so a little, you know. I took my bathroom break as well. Oh, they did spot. Likely they spotted my drone. But yeah, let's clean out this territory control while we wait, because we can just wait at the chest for him. And maybe he'll pop in already. I messed up my Dutch city shot, but I made a few other shots. Just gonna reload this thing already.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll just
Access key detected.
do that to them. I do like the increased rate of fire of the Regulus, although it's really throwing me off. I'm very much used to set fire rates, and having very weird fire rates all of a sudden is quite different. Let's maybe go to that propaganda as well for the same reason. We'll save the fight there till when Kairo's back. Yeah, let me charge up my Dutch city, and then we'll see about actually hitting my shot for once. Oh, these guys are still aggroed. That's fine though. We'll just have to deal with it. And yeah, we'll just make all these people grab their trampolines and jump up. Going from a TKB to a Regulus is always
Hostile control point identified.
a little, you know. From spray and pray to precision is not my forte. I'll murder these guys along the way as well, just because they made the wrong choice of joining the cleaners. That is a death offense.
It's critical.
Its owner is already dead. That one might have a name as well. Doesn't, but open up whenever you're ready.
I'll get you! I'm trapped!
Be advised that we are doing this for the greater good. The city is still rampant with disease. It's only
Did I just hit his?
then we can build something.
They got one of us!
Oh, Kairos here. Also, 620 is pretty high as well. Skiggy says, yeah, 620.
Under investigation. It's not too late to step forward and turn
Although, of course, it kind of depends. I've been good about spending them. I've only really started saving them up quite recently. So. Oh yeah, and these guys don't have the Guardian effect because they are coming out of a sewer somewhere nearby. And whenever enemies come out of sewers,
Access key detected.
they actually spawn basically for the purposes of the game one by one, so they don't get the effect.
Be advised that we are doing this for the greater good.
Yeah, that's the sewer they spawn from normally, right? Yeah.
Manual override required. Progress resumed.
Although they have a few here, so it doesn't per se need to be this one, which it likely isn't because we would have seen them by now.
Manual override required.
Nice of that guy to stop exactly where I was aiming. Made me feel good about my prediction of where he was going to stop. Should have completion there. Yeah, let's go once completion here triggers. Was secure. So
Broadcast detected.
I have the exact tool for this.
This area is protected by the peacekeepers.
Go up, my child. Show me where the map. Oh. Is it him? Like I saw him already, but I assumed he wasn't. Ah, he was. I just assumed that guy. That guy can't be it. He's not even in combat.
This area is protected by the peacekeepers.
It was.
Civilians in need of assistance.
Actually, yeah, we can take this route. Actually.
We'll help if we can.
Let's go murder the city hall. As we'll recapture it. Hello? Let's over-aim that. And if everybody's ready, let's head on in here. And make some jumps happen. Oh, really? I hit all those other shots and then I hit the easy shot when he's found. Or I missed the easy shot when he's found. Oh, there, there. A little bit of screen shakes is also kind of hard. Gonna focus that red down first, just because.
Serious trauma detected.
Watch out, there's a bunch of stuff on this end as well. As it took too long to get that shot out. Should maybe respawn in, but I'm kind of gettable as well. So. Being lazy. Uh-oh. Make some space here.
Heavily armored hostile
Oh,
detected.
yeah. Let's not die.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yes. There's a patrol coming in. I'll make them all trampoline. Oh,
I got a shot.
didn't.
Move.
I misread there who was actually the guardian there. 'Cause it wasn't the guy in front that I shot, but the guy in the back. Oh no, hey there, Dad. I saw you guys as well streaming very late last night. You and Tasty. Hope you guys had fun. I don't know what time till what time did you guys go? Actually, oh yeah, here I'm gonna go actually upstairs. If you guys want to join me, let's go. All the snipers in this snipers up there, and just murder them with some determined snipers as they come in, or well, even other snipers if so needed. Oh, trying to get that. I'll come get that then. I guess it is the thing I'm looking for. And that would be very much appreciated. Oh, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Make sure to actually favorite that so it doesn't accidentally happen anything to it. But yeah, whenever you guys are ready, let's call them in. I'll take up here. So I just need one headshot to really happen. I'll call them in.
Reinforcements en route.
And then we'll just sit here and blink away at whatever spawns. I always love this position as well, solo. Because it's pretty easy. Too bad that some shots came in at that time. Ah. Fishing with my allies. I don't spend my components for fear patch will ruin them. My thinking on it is always more of as a RTS player. Any resource you have, you want to spend most of it. Yeah, giving a little bit of reserve can be handy, you know, or for some safety reasons. But usually stuff is best spent and not hoarded. I'm always in that mindset, so that's
Heavily armored hostile detected.
also now, yeah, I am kind of, while I am still spending my a ton of especially things like just, you know, just the normal resources on optimization and stuff like that. I'm trying to keep a little bit for next season, especially the exotic components, the harder to get stuff. And also likely towards the end of this season, I'll start hoarding. Now let's go get our leads from here. Oh. You get a second one? No, that would be fast. Oh. I know I'll take it still, but yeah, I specifically need them to be free talentable, so unless. So feel free to just deconstruct those for resources and stuff. But yeah, they can be pretty bad. I'm willing to spend the resources on them just to have them for those characters. Well, the one thing, I mean, Cheska backpacks are craftable as well, but yeah, that would take up a bunch of resources maybe. Gives me something to farm for as well anyway. So. Had to pull an all-nighter to fix sleeping pattern. Was an active stream. Oh, okay. That is still quite in the morning then. Yeah. Well, I hope you had some fun with the late night crowd. And yeah, I took the early shift as I had to get up early. Actually, I had to get up basically around the time that you went to bed with the time difference. And had to just start up shop basically, and I came back. Usually I can get back to sleep pretty easily, but today I couldn't. So I was like, you know, let's play. And then together with let's play, I was like, you know what? Let's stream. As I'm having issues getting this battery in. There we go. As well. Fix up the cam. And yeah, we did some summiting. We did some other stuff. Kill that wave. And yeah, let's indeed maybe go for that. I'll go actually to the safe house and walk out if you guys want to spare your ammo. Because I'm a pistolero, so for me ammo is less, or I'm a Regulus build, so for me ammo is less important. But yeah, I'm out, so feel free to hop on me. And I'm gonna open up with the TAC 50 here just to get a nice big number stored up in Headhunter. Which was a yeah. I can imagine that. Yeah, you go onto the coffee drip. Although yeah, I've got my coffee as well. Which has actually been a while ago since I've last drank coffee in the morning. I sometimes drink it in the evening. I like it after food, especially. Is the thing. So usually in the evening streams, I will have a coffee at the ready. But that's also a lot of... Oh wait, that's not even... Okay, that's not even part of these guys. Oh, that's also why I couldn't hit them likely, because there's likely something in the way there. There is punished stuff. Alright, let's grab our bounty here. Or let's maybe move towards the northern control point. Leave the bountying more to this evening. As likely this evening I'll go and do a ton of bounties. Yeah, let's maybe go to the northern control point, but let's maybe hit that along the way, the public execution there, and then we'll go into the control point in the north. I figured Ensemble might be a 50-50, still looking for the... yeah. Yeah, no worries about that. The thing is, especially I'm just moving. I already have basically the backpacks with the free talent ones, or with the talents that I want. I'm just moving them basically just for, you know, having something to do and beautification kind of thing. And there's also most of them are vigilance backpacks that I'm adding in. There's only one character that will benefit, which is the one that has the safeguard.
Agent out of action.
Oh, I was okay. I was like, where is everyone? But yeah, we take different routes. Leave some space here so you can get me.
How do we get past that thing?
Agent down.
As yeah, somebody stepped in their own explosion. And I kind of took this route because I always want to get these shock rounds. That's the thing. Although, well, somebody got an exotic there as well. Because yeah, actually that route Skyrotic isn't bad either. Oh, we can take that side route as well. Yeah.
Stacking it on top.
Oh. And hey there, I got no gold. Well, I hope that even though you don't got no gold, you had a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid there.
Hostile
As
broadcast.
yeah, it is very much the day of raiding today. I feel I've been very fortunate with yeah, a few big raids today. Very much appreciate it, all of you. and you as well. I gotta go. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, and thanks for the raid there, man. Let me catch up actually what God was saying. Kind of rivers I pumped with yesterday on Rikers and tuna into you, and you're fighting Rikers. What did I miss? I'm just getting some Cheska, trying to get some Cheska backpacks. It's not a given. We did some, although as well my allies are helping me as well, because they've gotten me already actually one of them. So, but most of it is just as well. They're not even backpacks that I really need to make a build. They're just turning builds that I already have into free talentable ones. Just for, you know, the gills and the shits.
Civilians in danger.
Let's go talk to the hostage.
Can't believe we did it.
Hey there, hostage. How's your day? How's the wife? How's the kids? Oh, also public execution. They're getting publicly executed as well? Okay, well, sucks. Yeah, having a shitty day. Okay. Well, give me a salute and I'll go. Actually, yeah.
I don't know how to thank you.
You give me a salute. There we go. He's being a good boy. Yeah, we could actually go and we should get out of here. Run! Let's go do that other public execution as well. But I really don't want to fight that aerial drone. I think all three of us are very ill-equipped to fight it. So let's just bravely run away. Oh, is he already targeted to us? I think he is, right? Okay. Let's see if we can find a patrol or something here, because if we can headhunter into him, we can maybe use this thing if we can make it over there before he kills us. Because yeah, what we should do is get 3 stacks of headhunter, get a shot in him, 3 stacks of headhunter, get a shot in him, and keep going like that. Because otherwise we'll be murdered.
Hostile control point detected.
So let's see about getting some big shots together.
Serious trauma
Except of
detected.
course. Oh.
Agent down.
Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll respawn in.
Deceased.
Oh, I wouldn't have any ammo. I know I can go to the control point, right? I'll keep my ammo. We'll work around the limitations of the armor lock thing that we're gonna have to deal with anyway. And I'm gonna go back in with a striker. I think somebody died there. And I'm gonna go back in with the striker and try to deal with that. Although yeah, I should have done one other thing, which is
Immediate medical
first to
assistance
heal.
needed.
Second is get an EMP sticky. That's the only downside though. He gives less than 0 shits about being EMP stickied.
I'll kill you, motherfucker!
No, you won't. But give me some ammo.
Serious trauma detected. Civilians in distress. Incoming hostiles detected.
So normally I would destroy its engine so it's so I can parallax it, but let's just do that to it. Because I don't have the ammo to kill all its engine.
They're moving around me. Get
There we go.
in there.
Just a build swap helped out there. Let's get a buff.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Watch out for the
Out of action.
flame rounds. Oh yeah, watch out. There's a guy shooting us with some flame rounds from there. Actually, technically a gal.
But I ain't dead yet.
Nah, you're dead.
We
Yeah, let me
survived.
catch up actually on some of this. As, I got Nigel brought in some buddies there, and I very much appreciate it. And indeed, morning y'all. Indeed, 3 raids. Yeah, the early streams. I might actually yoink this. Nobody needs it. And we turned it into a very hectic fight there with our big marauder friend. But yeah, that's the way you deal with marauders, is high damage builds together with... Did I get the bounty? I'm gonna guess I did, right? Don't see any loot lying. I'm gonna go back to Regulus as well, because... Just because. I'll have to wait out my hive till I can actually make it work. Where are we headed to? Let's go hit the control points, which is this way indeed. Catch up to my allies. Thanks for, it's great to be able to raid with the Drigna. And thank you very so much for the kind words as well there. Right from Aussie late nights. I'm glad it's this. Yeah. And yeah, there's a big Australian contingent. Well, like that area, because there's some New Zealanders and stuff as well over there. And but yeah, we're taking it all around the clock, as I guess with a lot of gamers, especially around this time of the year. What even is a sleep schedule? Because I basically go to bed. Well, actually, that's no longer true. I've started basically working again a little bit. Yeah. For a while there, it was basically I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. I'm awake now. I'm gonna go play video games, or maybe do the dishes once every 4 days. Because yeah, this adulting thing, it turns out you really don't need to adult much. I'm gonna go get a kill for us, at least, or try to, because
We lost one.
we do need a guardian buff.
Assistance.
Get that shield from the side.
At the very least, that will shock a few of the other stuff.
You on the other side.
And I missed my Dutch city at the start. That was the big one.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
I'll respawn in
Signs
actually there.
0.
As yeah, the was that I of course headshotted a guardian there, and they turned into a big fat explosive, and that big fat explosive big fatly exploded me. So and hey, there's Silo as well.
To the side. Stay behind that shield. I'll make you my goddamn shot.
And yeah, enjoy your rest. 'Cause I know that feeling of ending a stream and just, you kind of often I'm just like, just
He's done.
get to relax for a little bit.
Needed. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Getting shot in the shield is always annoying. Makes it so much harder to make that headshot happen, which is a big difference maker. But I'll just take the quick shot there. Other likely for me as well. I won't go too much longer, but we'll pay it forward. I'll just oh. Why was I suddenly on my sniper rifle?
Reinforcement complete. Detecting
At
additional.
least the handy thing is we took a little bit, so our reinforcements are already in here. Where are they even? Over there. So they won't scatter all these enemies.
Grenade out! Whoa! Yeah, tossing them a grenade.
I feel weird.
I'm gonna turn you into confetti.
I do need to get a few more hours of sleep. Also, I need to at some point go and do, you know, adult things like getting some food for later in life and stuff like that. So.
Here's your...
Yeah, with getting shot in the shield and also the other screen shakes and stuff, it's actually pretty hard to make Regulus happen. But, seeing as well, I'm not the best Regulus player to begin with. I'm mediocre at best of times. I'm trying to over aim it just to get the shot in, and I'm gonna just yoink that.
Oh, let's go.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You know what? I'll try one here. Let's just be closer. I'm trying to snipe with the thing that doesn't snipe well.
Finally using the good shit. Consider it. Now that.
I was hoping for a pellet hit. I mostly was using that just to get my Dodge City charged up.
Supply room access unlocked. Friendly control point detected.
So we got all of our loot. Oh yeah, also, this thing is still here, right? I don't remember exactly where it was, though. Was it here? There's a... It's not really an out of bounds, although, well, actually, yeah, technically it is. It was just one of those oversight out of bounds, which you can't really do much with, so I'm okay going and stuff, but... Because I might actually take a screenshot for things and stuffs. Yeah, it is here, right? Before I jump down, let's actually take the... Actually, let's jump down first and confirm it. Yeah, yes. You land back here. This might look as if you're, like, it's open. It's not. You're behind some tents and stuff, but you can see through on this end. You can even loot that. And, yeah. Just a little out of bounds. Which you can't really do much with. But yeah, one that I do want to have for things and stuff, so I'll go back and get a screenshot there in a second. But first, let me go get my loot. And for that, we'll just fast travel over here. Get these. Yeah, if you guys are offered, we'll go roam the zone a little bit, or maybe move on to a different zone. But I just briefly want to just take a screenshot when I'm standing at the entrance of jumping down. Just here. add that in. Out of bounds. New York. What was this place called? The Gate Control Point. Get a map picture as well. And add that to things and stuffs, because yeah, you can just jump down here. You can shoot from this side to the other side, I think. I don't think the enemies can see us. Let's actually see, because if they shoot at us, they can see us. But I don't think they can see us. But also, like, what are you gonna do here? That will be game breaking. I'm just gonna try to get her attention. But yeah, I don't think they can see. This is likely all one way, so they can't see through it. Because actually, when you're standing on the other side here, it is fabric and stuff covering this. This isn't open like this. But yeah. And yeah, the only way out is to fast travel. But yeah, we have the control point, so we can fast travel. Any other things here? Not per se. Let's maybe go do this territory control and then decide something. In the meanwhile, I'll catch up on my chat. Where do you think the best to farm Coyote's Mask? There's two lines of thinking. One of them is that it does drop from Coyote in Jefferson Trade Center, which is a pretty short mission, 12-ish minutes or 10-ish minutes if we're a good team. The thing with that is as well, if you matchmake for it or something, you can ask the people you're with, or go in with a team. You know, if you can find some people to help you out, go in with a team, or you can ask the people once you're in the mission of like, hey, if Coyote drops it, could you share it with me? Because then you're like getting the bonus of it being multiple people that can help you with it. But the drop rate is pretty low. It's 7% from the boss, meaning it's a 1 in 14 drop, 1 in 14 completions drop on heroic. So that might take a while. It's very good if there's also mask targeted on it, because then you're basically double farming for it. And the other way is, of course, countdown, targeted masks, and also you can get the caches that might. That thing despawn? Oh no. Yeah, let's go at this territory control. Just to hit something while I'm talking. But a countdown in general is a good place to farm. But especially if Jefferson Trade Center has masks, you're basically double dipping at that point. But matchmaking for Jefferson Trade, especially if you get a few, high SHT level players that likely don't need it, you can go like, hey guys, if you get a Coyote, can I have it? And they'll likely share it. And what you can even do if you want to really min-max for it is if you save your weekly SHT requisition, you can even trade them for it, which they'll be very eager. They would be more eager to do, and not very eager per se. Because then you can retrieve your SHT requisition cache project thingy when in the group with them, and then you can share that one. So you can basically trade them so they don't lose out on a exotic component. But also, most people, even in randoms, if you ask nicely enough and don't act like a complete fool, then yeah, they'll be okay sharing it. Yeah, let's actually see. Maybe let's go roam something else as well. Let's maybe go clear out actually the gear mod zone if you guys are up for it. As we can go to Haven. Or go to Haven. Campus. The other place. Because yeah, I'll be okay greening this part. And then later on in the evening, I'll likely, or this evening for me, which will be in a bunch of hours, I'll up for farming that zone with some bounties, as we have done many times this last few weeks. Do.
Hostile.
Oh yeah, actually, Scooby gave the same answer as well. We're catching up on the chat. But then target loot, yeah. And yeah, the thing is, especially Countdown, if you don't have like buddies to help out and stuff. Wait, where are we going? Let's go hit the control point over there. Although actually, yeah, that might not be a bad idea too, indeed. Let's go have a look at our what we got so far. Might be something worth sharing or keeping. Yeah, I'm gonna carry on to that one. I'll share that one actually, and that one. So 2 masks. Let's see if you guys need any of this. Because I'm pretty sure I already have a Cheska mask, yeah, that can even be retalent or record. I already have a bunch. So. Yeah, let's go hit the control points here. Just greening up this zone as well for this evening, making it a little bit easier. I'll start moving towards it. Countdown got 2 yesterday. Yeah, the thing with masks, with a lot of the things now is there is even when you're targeting masks, there are 3 exotic masks. All 3 of them will drop as well. That makes it a little bit more annoying. If there was a 4th mask, I would definitely say actually Jefferson Trade Center will likely at that point edge out, even if you're like solo farming. But yeah, 3 is kind of on the edge of it. Gunner in the team, let's say. Got some random ammo there. Oh yeah, actually, while we're walking past this thing, I want to see if there's a banner on this thing. Oh, actually, there is. Because a few days ago, we were in Potomac, and I was like, "Hey, what is this thing?" Because we had it was a video feed, and I couldn't place it. Yeah, it was this thing. I remember this thing being here, but I didn't remember if it had like a banner on it. And that banner on it definitely means that, yeah, it was here. Oh, we have more Guardians than not Guardians. And yeah, I'm going to go over here, actually. Because I'm not going to close the range. I'm going to actually go determined on this one. See my allies going in. That might aggro them, what I did there, but... wait, was he behind something? Or did I just miss? I think I just missed. Okay, come on, give me your head. Once we get going... Could be...
Agent down.
pretty okay. And I like this position because yeah, when they get out, if any of them escape, and I can clean them out still. Oh, I should go in and help, because my allies are spawn camping them well. How many blueprints would you get from 1 to 40? Well, you mean just the blue? Because yeah, that's kind of dependent on how many side missions you do, stuff like that. If you boost or not, because you get a bunch of them from. You get a ton of, for instance, mod blueprints and stuff from side missions. You get. If you are stopping over at Will Tier 5, you can do challenging or heroic control points at that point and get a few there and stuff. So it kind of depends on what you exactly mean. Like, do you mean if what do you get just, just getting through the game? I think you'll likely be at like 80 blueprints or something out of the many that we have nowadays. I would say like if you do all of the side missions and stuff, and especially if you do the boost, then maybe because you can also boost and account check blueprints back. I think you have like 60 to 80 or something like that. But that's a guess. There's no, I don't have a flat number for you. And yeah, let's call them in.
Reinforcements incoming.
And hey there, Blackbird. And I am indeed very early
Detecting additional
for my
hostile contacts.
for my doing. I'm just gonna start taking a shot. I was hoping for a rusher with guardians, but there wasn't. So at some point, you just gotta start shooting. Because yeah, I got up. That's also why I went or ended the stream on a pretty, you know, okayish time. I had to go open up shop today. I went and did that. Usually I come back because that takes me like an hour. Just being the person letting everybody in, and then also usually counting a few of the registers, just, you know, so that they're accounted for and stuff. And then I usually just come back and sleep. But I came back and I couldn't really sleep, and I was like, you know what? I'll play the video game. And then I went like, oh, I'll stream the video game. And then I got all the raids today. So that's also why the viewership is quite high. Although, yeah, there might be some meta thing to this morning thing. I feel this is why everybody moves to Australia to stream Division. Because there is a lot of Australian streamers for Division.
Supply room access unlocked.
Oh, actually, did they remove? I want to see, actually. Is the package still here? Oh, it is. Okay. I wasn't sure if they added that in. I think they did. Pretty sure they did. Actually, now I remember. I want to go have a look at one other place real briefly. Because I was unsure if they like added just that package in, or if it was always laying there. And you know, I think I would definitely not remember like where a package is lying on the ground. Is not something that I have any interest in, really. Actually, seeing as the next place we're going is as we'll go hit the other control points. Before we go to that, I'm just going to briefly jump to DCD, and I'm going to head to the market area. I want to see if they remove those big boxes and nutcracker guys on top of them, just out of curiosity. Don't want to aggro anyone. Just want to have a peek over here. They did, right? There were already a few there, I think. Oh no, okay. But yeah, I'm not sure. Were these guys always here? I should go back and watch some content from like beta and stuff. I feel I'd never seen these guys before Wony, but also it might just be they did interesting things with them in Wony with some of the control points and stuff. So I'm not sure if that was the case. There's likely maybe just because, yeah, they are in this path already, right? Because this is the path you take, yeah. Because, yeah, this is the place where you kill the first two hyenas. That's the chest. So, yeah. In somebody running early game, I could definitely go and see if these things were already here. I feel they weren't. But also, I'm not sure if, like, this guy was here. Or if it was added. But, yeah, let's stop dilly-dallying and let's go murder some hyenas as well. as well. Green up that zone. That will help actually as well this evening with one. We'll go bountying there. We'll go bounty cheesing and yeah.
Civilians in danger.
Might have found something for things and stuff. Oh. What would that be, Cross? You have my interest now. Or actually wait. I'll jump to Cross. But also, yeah, feel free always because yeah, things and stuffs. I basically grab stuff out of the Discord. In my Discord there's a things and stuff channel thing. Oh, there's a okay. Yeah, there's a fence here. There used to be a fence here. This place, which yeah, is not a bad one to know. Look, can you actually jump over it? No, at all. Oh wait, what? How did I go through it there? Huh? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, actually, if you guys run up like that, I'll take a screeny. Oh wait, what? Huh. Why do I sometimes go through it and sometimes not? There's likely a gap in it or something. Yeah. If you guys can do that basically, or one of you can do that, I'll take or actually yeah, let's take both because then I'll add that in. Weird invisible wall. What is this control point called again? It's the world's end, right? The world's end. North side. Because I want there to be just enough information just in case I forget totally what I was talking about at the time. And yeah, the map as well, where we are. But yeah, whenever also you guys run into something interesting, feel free to just add them in, kind of the way I'm doing as well to that channel. I was gonna say there is also another actual one. You know what? I should definitely have that in things and stuff. Let's go over there. It's 1 street south of Bank, so I'm gonna first go south a little bit.
Civilians in distress.
As I think it's this street, right? I just want to mostly get the position of it because it is a weird one. Let me actually catch up as well here. Is it known exactly how much block of armor on the UI is in terms of numeric value? Should be pretty easy to just correlate it, but I always just assumed it was 250 per thing, but I'm not sure if that's actually true. I'm trying to no, actually, yeah. I could maybe, or well, you as well likely have some gear pieces, right, with proficiency on them. You could have a look at that. Oh yeah, this is the this place is a little bit weird as well. Because yeah. Let's murder these guys just because they'll get in the way.
Bastard has armor.
Where's the division now?
How did I miss the easiest shots in the world?
We need a medic.
Oh, that's likely a name. No, that's likely a name. We'll grab those in a second. Oh, yeah. Angered more, I see. But yeah, this area is kind of weird. So this wall thingy is supposed to be like encapsulating this, likely. But they moved it out for some reason. So, yeah. It's just misplaced asset, basically. Because this is the thing also with those, when we're talking those 2000 bugs, this is one of those 2000 bugs. Like there's stuff like this, which is just completely inconsequential, but it is a bug. Especially because, actually, could you get, oh yeah, you can. If you wanted to know how trees work underground, they just end. They just, you know, they just end. But yeah, there is some freakiness quite often. But yeah, let's add in this as well. There's stuff like this I'll just briefly talk about and just go like, hey, this is a weird thing to know, and then move on. It's basically filler, but that's also what things and stuff kind of is. It's filler with some interesting stuff here and there. Because I find these kind of things interesting, like misplaced asset. Asset. Downtown West, right? I was misplaced with one S. Okay. I'll put that. Let's get one here, which kind of has the whole thing. And then the map. There we go. Because there's a ton of these kinds of places, but it can be fun to kind of discover them all. Oh, I see actually. Oh, Cairo went and well, we were just dilly-dallying. They likely already are at the point of completion there. Oh, no. No, but yeah, we're all here right here.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Just felt bad for that thing otherwise. Yeah, I got lucky there that I got the Guardian. That was just pure luck / skill. And yeah, let's head into this this control point. They were here when I started playing, but I said, okay. Yeah, I'd be curious to see. I feel I really noticed those Nutcracker big things in Wony. But yeah, it would be easy to miss. It's mostly as well in Wony, of course, they do those like memorable things. They're in the sewers surrounding a dead guy, and there's that one SHT cache where you open the door and they're just all surrounding you and stuff like that. So it might just have been that I just, you know, that was memorable and the other one wasn't. And once we're all here, we can likely spawn camp them in here in a second, but first we need to get ourselves a Guardian kill. Trying to get this purple. I'm trying to hit a weak point that will disable all the non-Guardians for a second, and also would kill her eventually.
Get out of my way!
Might be a little bit too close for comfort, but I'm just gonna go across to the other side as well.
Heavily armored
It's actually, yeah, you guys have that door? I'll go clean up that outside.
Gonna walk you bleed out.
This Orient sucks. I wasn't very helpful there. Well, I got that initial purple. Hey, a bleed resistance. Well, hang on to those. They might come in handy. Let me go get this as I skipped over it. And then, yeah, whenever you guys are ready, feel free to call them in. I think Kyra is setting up for spawn camping there. You know what? I'll kind of set up on this end. Not per se for like a
Detecting
hard
additional
spawn camp,
hostile
but
contacts.
if they come. Surprising actually to have a shot here.
An agent needs assistance.
Kyra likely got unlucky with the spawn there. But, no guardian to kill, and likely some disorients.
You ain't leaving alive.
I'll give you cover.
Okay, I'll try over here.
Agent down.
Yeah. Yeah, normally there's a shotgun guy right next to you.
On me.
Oh, okay.
Serious trauma detected.
Shouldn't walk through the fire because I'm at health gate. We'll play around with it. Yeah. Oh. Getting chat and not paying attention.
That's another.
Got him.
Regulars with disorient is like double annoying. At least when you have, well, I mean, any single shot thing is extra annoying with just disorient.
Take care of this one.
Because at least if you're like running an AR or something, you can kind of just spray and pray, basically.
Cover me, I'm moving.
Just
Moving around. I got you.
do that to that one.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Of course, I get a bunch of headshots and then the last shot has been left. It's fine.
Detected. From the control point in proximity.
Overgrowth. You remember? Yeah, if you have those, because actually I don't remember exactly that one, so yeah, feel free to, for instance, add it kind of with like the same, just a screenshot of it and then a screenshot of the map. And then short descriptions, like a short one-line description of like weird wall at Overgrowth, and then feel free to add those in, because I'll also, well, it'll become a little bit more clear once I made the first one, which I'll likely do over the next few days. I want to do actually a Striker build overview first, so Elmo Striker's build overview first, so a short again next, and then next up is a well, either the Negotiator build showcase or the first things and stuffs. But yeah, also on the things and stuff, I'll just kind of, you know, if somebody else makes it in there, I'll just, you know, or writes it up, I'll just credit them basically. Well, yeah, Muddy. Oh, actually, yeah. If you want to join, yeah, we're just doing some 5 directive in, but also likely I won't go way too much longer, as I keep saying, of course.
Another
But
agent is now in your group.
but yeah, usually if there's already, you know, if I'm already in a group, feel free to hop on in if you have me, basically. Need more time with the Reggie. Yeah, that's kind of my thing as well. Always with it is I just don't use it enough, and that makes me like hesitant to use it as well as there are really good players. Also, just because I don't use it much, I end up usually being on Eclipse and stuff like that. So where I'm much more comfortable. But I'm trying to get better at it, and also here I do have a goal of reaching 20k. Although I'm going a little bit too fast, actually, I need to slow it down a little bit. That's also likely why this evening, if we do go farming, I may likely do it on a different account after a little bit. Anyway, we're setting up for another public execution if you guys want to hop on in. Once we're all loaded in, yeah. Let's pick a target and start the murder. Okay.
You had enough?
It's gonna shoot her weak points.
Medical assistance needed.
Just to disable the rest as well.
Incoming hostiles.
Well, this is what most builds. It's very much about just putting the time in. The more you run a build, the more proficient you'll become with it. That's kind of as well why I'm kind of okay with being on a, or like I'm decent at being a fire eclipse. Is I have likely the same amount of time that players that are really good with the
An agent needs assistance.
a Regulus. They basically have the same playtime as me, but then on the
Signs
Regulus.
critical.
Well,
Agent in.
feel free to return that favor. Oh, yeah, thank you. And yeah, it's one of those. If you scratch my back, I'll res your back. And yeah, they're getting pushed back by our silly allies.
I'm watching.
Gonna need a medic on my own.
For a better spot.
I'll just set up. That's unnecessary, turns out.
Yeah. Look at us.
Is our hostage still there? We're like more than 100 meters away at the very least. Yeah, let's make sure we're all in range when we get in. Although maybe, yeah, let's go maybe do that if you guys are up for it. Let's move up to the other zone. Let's go to this zone and maybe farm it a little bit for some public executions already. And if for whoever is around in the evening, we'll use them then. But we have one available there. We have one available south here. So let's just jump around and get a few. What's your favorite chain killer build? Well, it kind of depends on, well, favorite, neither really. Chain killer isn't just my thing much. I don't mind it. I can like here as well. I'm kind of making it work, especially solo. The thing is a little bit more consistent. But I mean, Hotshot Determined is just so good that it's undeniable. It's really one of the better solutions for it. But I very much like the high end that I'm running here now, which is try to over aim it there. Our allies are gonna aggro that entire fight as well. Yeah, the downside here as well, there's also a bunch of, I wonder how well that comes through to the stream, but there's also, yeah, a bunch of explosions from the global event, of course, and that makes it extra. It's like trying to Regulus while someone's running a mortar belt kind of thing.
Careful.
Left.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah! Took him down.
Yeah, trying to get that weak point there. Got the other one.
I need cover.
But yeah, the high-end dive here basically is one of my more preferred ones. The hot shot and this one. And the thing is, each of them has their own place. Like the hot shot, especially for control point farming, is unmatched. The Headhunter's Fury, especially solo, for just doing activities, especially if you're doing territory controls and stuff like that, is like unmatched. And for general, just for as a general one, the high end, just because of that Dutch city being in there much more easily. Yeah, let's go hit that territory control and then head south and hit the other one. Let's go from the mission. Let me catch up. Now meta Constitution Hall farm. Constitution for so we have one setup that kind of is a little bit better actually than the Constitution, but yeah, it is a weird setup, so it's not always available because I have this character that doesn't have any of the side missions done, so we can force each and every bounty we get here, especially, and as well we can make them all be outcasts, which is even extra cool. Of course, we can make them all be here, and that's kind of unbeatable for bounty farming. But Constitution is pretty good for you know, outside of that.
Standing around.
And it's poor random patrol.
Serious trauma
Okay.
detected.
I like making them known about that. No, so I'm basically just making a series. I mean, if they want to have a look at it, they likely already, all of the things I'll put in there are likely going to be reported. In the future, I might, if there's like stuff on there, I might actually just see about having people that are more on their forums, maybe having a look at it. Because there are people on their forums that kind of
Detected.
keep track of bugs for them as well. And they all, some of them have also a little bit more direct lines to not per se the devs, but just the QA team kind of stuff.
Friendly control point nearby.
And I might have some there is one person I know from kind of that community that I might have a look at everything listed there and see, cross match it with what they have. Let's get our chest here and move on south where we have a public execution. So this wall thing, you're looking, I might be able to show some big red wall things. Well, the thing is, even if you deny determined that it still exists, it is factually provable that a talent named determined exists. If we like it or not, it's there. And yeah, I'm no longer skirting that issue. I'm just I have determined builds in the build collection. I run them on streams. I don't mind it at all, especially solo farming. I avoid them a little bit for in groups, but also not per se like I don't.
Detecting additional hostile
I don't.
contacts.
I'm not of the mind. Some people are like, you shouldn't even show it on other people or something on stream. I especially just run it solo, and especially if I'm in groups and stuff, I'm okay if we're like in dedicated groups that some like if people want to run it. Because yeah, if we're gonna make lines like that, then like to me, shoddy shotgun with determined is kind of in the same deal. Shotgun with headhunter. It's kind of the same deal. Headhunter with Regulus explosion is kind of the same deal. Striker is kind of the same deal. That's also why, for instance, I didn't have strikers for the longest of a while. Like that many in my build collection, but then now I've given up on that. I'm okay. If the devs want to have this be a talent, then I'll use it. And I'll show how to use it. Yeah. It'll be fine. Does it beat a level a minute? You can't, I mean, you can kind of do a level a minute on Constitution Hall, but also not consistently. But it is faster as a bounty setup than Constitution Hall. If you really want to speed farm it. But we usually don't really speed farm it like that. But it can do, 40 seconds is possible with it. But in the same way as Constitution. Constitution, you can get a minute one here and there if you get everybody to spawn at the start. Otherwise, that doesn't happen. Which, I mean, sometimes does happen. We've had sometimes 4 or 5 of those in a row. The thing with it is there's a lot less turns, there's less walking. So there's less walking at the start. There is also, you don't need to go back to a safe house, so you get to keep ammo. So you don't need to just Regulus. You can also have people be red builds if they want to be. And that's actually kind of handy. Also, you can make it all outcast, which is much easier to Regulus than True Sons. But yeah, if you want to see the setup, like there's a bunch of streams on the VODs. So likely the one from a few days ago. Likely as well to this evening we'll do it. So maybe pop in, you'll see it. Unregulous middle ground between Hotshot and Hunter Fury. Yeah. The thing is, especially I like to have, especially in open world and for bounties and for open world, is having the Dodge City also. Like having charging up my Dodge City and then getting one starter shot out with it really easily. That is really powerful. Is like super handy. And there's enough killing power still. The thing about the Hunter's Fury especially is the Disorient. The Disorient will save you so many times. And also the on-kill armor and health. Will save you a lot of times. Because with this as well, I go down a bunch, but we're 4 people here. I'm also barely paying attention. I'm shooting horribly, so it's not like indicative of that. But especially in bounties, this build can really perform well. Because you can, consistently get that first shot out without even charging up. Like I'm guaranteed if I land that headshot that I'll kill something, especially a rat or something. Let's maybe go clear out this public area or this propaganda area, maybe because it can become a public execution. And it'll give us something to do for a minute or so.
JTF and division agents listening to this broadcast. We will not stop hunting you down. There will be no forgiveness until every last...
Yeah, I've heard that as well. That the auto aim likes to go for the chest, which I mean is a general thing that does happen often. And then people just like turning it off. Because the thing is as well, like here, I'm on PC. I don't really know well enough to, with any authority, speak about, console things. You always have to kind of keep that in mind as well. With because I should be better about it, and I've said it a few times. Of
An agent needs assistance. Access key detected.
Talking in a way that isn't just
Progress.
I can get your money. Although as well, you could have respawned as well. You know what? I've
Progress
I've
resumed.
started it, now I'm gonna finish it. And especially with closets like this, Regulus is. Because yeah, Regulus, if somebody ever wants to write a book about Regulus, it would be titled Big Booms in Small Rooms. Like that. The Regulus story. Hey, Cross has the shield as well with the
Required.
pre-order vanities. It's annoying that you never get to see your own shield because you're always behind it. So you don't see the vanity items of it often. Yeah, let's go clear out this surgery control as well because that can be a public as well. And we'll roam the zone a little bit for another half hour or so, and then I'll go sleep or be an adult, either of the two. I need to be an adult as well for a little bit. But yeah, you have to kind of see on console if you can make it work. I've definitely seen people make it work on console, but you know, there's also like it is slower, but it like if you can't make the Regulus work, you just have to just drop to a striker or something and just maybe go without Pistolero.
Hostile control point nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Over in that. Actually, I should shoot it there. I'm gonna get cracked anyway. Yeah, we have a named group here likely. Ouch.
Serious trauma detected.
I think I got hit by a cross or a explosive bolt.
Rogue artillery turret detected.
And yeah, we have a named group there
Hostile artillery turret detected.
together with everything else. Or maybe that was the artillery turret.
Seeker mine detected.
Let's see about.
Ender seeker mine detected.
Ah, really? That wasn't a headshot. The thing is, I keep trying to snipe with this thing, and I really shouldn't. I should just pull out this thing. And,
Agent down.
actually, what I'll do after this one, if you guys are okay with it. Because, yeah, I have a Regulus for a bit, and I'm also, like, sucking out with it a little bit. I can help out in a different way, which is I can go grab my foamer and I can foam. Because that actually as well for this kind of works well, especially in a decent group as we already have a few Reguluses and a few Headhunters. Yeah, let me go do that. I'll you guys keep this world alive. Because I'll go to my other character because also it might be worthwhile later on to swap characters for it. Because I'm gonna guess there's likely one available there. And if you guys go get set up, I'm just gonna switch characters real briefly, just because on the other one it's much easier for me to set it up as a foam eclipse. Just trying to log out, game. Oh, actually, yeah. So actually, that might be indeed. I think Ultimate is actually what gave that. It's not for pre-order. Pre-order gave something else, the vanity item. I think it is, yeah, from Ultimate, and or you can buy the pack as well. Oh yeah, I was going completely blanking on what I was going to do, which is grab this guy who has the easiest way for me to turn him into a foam eclipse, and I'll join back on the team and we'll go from there. I always stay away from console
Hostile
in
guardians are
conversation.
now
I
active.
regularly get comments on if you're on console in this.
Entering safe area.
Yeah. Just too lazy to practice aiming. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's the same as like strength between, some of the sexes, and the thing is that like, well, the gap in between the two at the top end exists. Like the rest of it is just basically just, it's all overlapping each other. The best console players will likely just be outperformed a little bit by the best PC players on aim. But that's about it. For the most part, most of the PC players as well, my aim is pretty bad. I'm not in that top end. Most of there's a bunch of console players that play much more consistently and stuff, and will out aim me by a lot. And so yeah, it is always a kind of a moot point, but it is something that I feel I should consider more, though, just to have a little bit more consideration of. Sometimes some of the things I talk about are very much more PC oriented, kind of just by the type of build that they are. As I'm trying to grab and snare duration. And I'm actually gonna try a thing here, but I wanted to try. So I'm gonna grab technician, even though I'm like 7 skill tiers now. I'm gonna grab this just for the artificer hive, because I can't use my other skill anyway. And of course need. Join back up. I'll grab Muddy. Join on. In Apex comp, seen a lot of pro players switch to controller, but aim assist in Apex is different. Yeah, it's also aim, but also it depends on how important movement is in the game. Like in Division, movement isn't that important. I mean, I've controller at the ready plugged into this PC. In Breakpoint, in
Identified. Fire team protected by Guardian.
in many other things, very much, a proponent of in Breakpoint for flying and driving, in GTA for driving, stuff like that. I grab a console. Movement is much more consistently important there. Oh, they've already murdered one. Oh, actually, I didn't pick a great target there to spread off of. So do I have perpetuation? No. This would be the one build that would benefit from a perpetuation pistol over what I'm using here.
He thought he was tough.
Incoming hostiles detected. Agent needs assistance.
Second here.
There's a rusher coming in. If somebody can murder that guy. Because there's also Guardian available on this end if somebody can.
Vital signs critical. Agent
I'll respawn in. That might be faster. That might also be better for me. As I was out of foams anyway, so.
Friendly combatants detected.
And I'll rush back in. Also to answer the other side, how you level up fast. This, what we're doing, basically. Heroic 5 directives open world.
In danger.
Especially public executions and then doing their bounties as you get them is pretty good. But yeah, especially open world 5 directive. Or well, the highest difficulty you can do with the most with the most directives you feel comfortable doing. Don't have a chem and I don't have any ammo. I should totally swap the two skills for this one, but it would really annoy me, so I'm gonna keep them as is. And the reason is that when you load into somebody's world, the skill on the right slot will get reset as with full skill. So it would be much better for me to have my chem on my left, so when I load it into this world, or when I die and reset, the charges on the chem would be there. But I'll just plan on not dying as much. That's it. Nothing much seems to be spawning. One thing we could do is, shall we just go hit this control point here? It's DNH, but eh.
You are now group leader.
Oh, I got leadership. Because in the meantime, something might spawn in. And I'll get some practice in on foeman. Although, yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to give up this BTS here. It's not going to work out anyway. But yeah, just having that... although, yeah... Giving up the fire grenades and stuff. We'll see. We'll see if I like it. And all the guardians are outside. Get it started. Also, I think likely need to get a little bit closer. Shoot up as well. We can spawn camp them here, although we've got a little bit of an escape, but we just have to have that not be a thing. Let's get some lefties going. Just gonna wait for those guys to actually jump out before firing them.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
About that. They'll come out eventually. You know what? I'm deciding against this choice. I might be faster to this. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. as I grab the technician there for the artificer hive, but I'm now realizing I might be the team would be much better off with me being firewall or survivalist, and I would also much rather have flame grenades for all of these guys. Although for the bounty part, I might be or somebody else taking survivalist, and I would then take that. Although there is actually a survivalist in the group because I saw somebody throw a fire. Yeah, no, I'm paying attention. 100% in terms of world record speedrunning 17 let me see, but if you consider that the Dark Hours raid world record is actually held on Xbox instead of remaining speedy is very mechanical and you have to be on point on your aim, especially with Boomer. This serves evidence. Yeah, the thing is that it is something you just have to consider, but it's not unbeatable. And yeah, the way you worded it there is kind of the right thing of... Actually, you know what the handy thing is? I can't at least now even make the mistake of grabbing the other skill because it's not there. Everybody's ready here.
Reinforcements.
Let's get it going. Mostly gonna use some flame grenades because mostly I don't want to...
Finish with the poison start. Run for it.
turn it into them being caught in... in that doorway, because they very much can be if I foam them in there, basically. There, I do from them. Back to the other side. This time I will foam them just to cross more of a chance. I'll just help in there. Come on, jump at. We're only on fire and sledged. Doesn't matter.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'll wait to the end of it here.
Almost home. We should get food. Thanks, Agent. It would have gone different without you.
Supply room access unlocked.
Nothing wants to spawn. As it is nighttime. Let's go get our loot. Just less stuff spawns at night. That's the general thing.
Falling asleep out here.
But usually at least something spawns. But not today, it appears. Although what we could do is maybe just go do a few bounties that we've gotten already instead. Because we've gotten a few, right? I have a bunch here as well, actually, on this character. Oh wait, there's one there. Yeah, let's go deal with that one. Actually, I'll go from the safe house. I'll exit the safe house, and then you guys can jump on me if you want to save your ammo. And just in case as well, I'm just going to go a little bit further. And yeah, you can pass travel to me now. Because I'm pretty sure once you exit the the shared area, so go through the door, it's basically already fine, but a little bit extra safety. Yeah, a little bit of hydration now. Everybody's being polite and waiting for me. Did you read the new patch notes? Well, the dev notes, you mean, right? Because they're not really patch notes. Yeah, and they're a little bit silly, especially them stubbornly being on descent and or being stubborn on descent and the gear lock is just weird, especially how they've worded it and stuff. If you really want to do it, then really do it, but don't just try to say it's for the new players. Won't somebody think of the kids? No, I won't. Give me a better reason. Because won't somebody think of the kids is a bad reason. But there's also a bunch of, okay stuff in there. Them going like, oh yeah, that Dr. Home, that's not happening. That's fine. That was expected as well, of course. I'm gonna, join Cairo over here, because once that last 1/3 dies, I'll see about getting a foam in here. Oh, okay, that's... There, I foamed the last two.
In proximity.
I'm helping. Let's go get our Banny. But yeah, they were really better off not saying anything. The old adage of if you just had kept quiet, we would only have assumed you're a dumbass. Now that you've said it out loud, we actually know you're a dumbass. Alright, we're one there as well. Let's go get that one too. I'll start moving towards it. And it was weird also them not saying, I was expecting them to come out and go like, hey, because they went like, we're not going to do anything about accuracy and stability and stuff. And okay, but what about actually buffing or nerfing, you know, all of the weapons? Not leaving a bunch of them behind, especially some of the lower tier weapons already, leaving those behind. But we'll know more at PTS2
Nearby.
because, you know, likely the changes, we'll see if there's any changes to any of the stats from PTS1 on weapons and stuff. Send it down. Trying to get a sledge on that guy, but just in time.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Well, yeah, annoyingly, I won't be able to be there for the first day of PTS. I'll be working that day, so that's annoying. But I'll get there second day. Okay, let's maybe go do a few of these bounties. That's here as well. Show them how that one works and what the special thing about it is. But we'll only likely do a few of them here and just call it there because yeah, I do feel the need for sleep and food and, you know, being a human being.
Near you, agent.
I'll start getting close to it. Also, with that girl's world being green this time, it'll be a little bit easier with. Although we don't run into much here anyway. There's only sometimes and convoy. That's really it. Hello, sir. How are you doing today? I am doing fine. Hope everybody out there is also doing fine and good. And those things and those stuffs. And although I'm feeling it, you know, the tiredness coming a little bit. So, but yeah, we'll finish up here with a little bit of bountying here, and then oh, hey, we had a loot goblin as well in the middle of this. Oh, oh, left side. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. Let me do the. Actually, I think I saw Cairo doing a few times, which is not a bad idea. Definitely a good idea. So I'm going to steal that because from up here I can foam both sides because of that.
Target down. Good job. Agent down.
There's one chance for the heavy there, or for the LMG there.
Target down. Good job. Supply drop detected.
For me, buffing some of them is just dumb. A lot of the rifles, the damage goes. Well, no, the thing is, ARs still, because their DPS pure isn't really the concern, because also ARs just have that massive 20%, which, while DTH isn't the more important stat, 20% of it is a lot. So they were behind on DPS. Same for LMGs and stuff. So it's always been that's fun. I mean, that's overselling it, because most of the weapons you can kind of keep on target anyways. It's not, yeah. It's just weird how they worded it. If they don't want to touch accuracy stability because they feel it's fine, that's fine. But then, like, you can't do, you shouldn't do 20% to all LMGs, for instance. That's a little bit much. I'm gonna care if there's one building damage to show him, and I think it's. So the USC is the one exception, I would say. But ACRSS, I can do a whole mission with it being mostly on target, so stuff like that. I'll pop my next one. So actually, yeah, so that's as you were wondering what we were doing. So here we're just going outside of the bounty zone. That's the bounty. The only place it can put these west end bounties, because all of these other side mission areas are not done. So every bounty we do here, just also because every bounty we do here will go to that position. You don't need to reset it with like you sometimes, we've all had it be stubborn there, because I do Constitution Hall a bunch as well, just sometimes different targeted. That didn't direct impact. We'll catch them there. And yeah, just watch out for this elite on the left. This elite on the left usually always gives us some issues, whatever he is.
That's your target.
They mostly spawn just from 2 doors. There's no walking around. There's nothing really like that. And most of the time they just all spawn there. So it ends up, just cleaning out and running back. And,
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target. You got the target. Nice.
That's that bounty. And the thing with this one is it's consistent. So both on getting it here is consistent, and most of the time it'll all spawn over there. And it only has 2 doors here anyway, and both of them are right next to each other. And one of the interesting things as well, when we go up the stairs there and actually touch the wall, that's actually in campus. So it resets all my grenades and all my med packs and stuff like that as well. Also, you don't have to fast travel or anything, because you just run back here. Yeah, what's Kyra's one step more at? Yeah. But yeah, this needs this world setup, where you need a character that hasn't done the...
Friendly
I don't have a
supply
peek.
convoy detected.
Oh, 12 crit. Well, if somebody needs that, feel free to take it. If nobody else wants it, I'll totally yoink it. But I'm gonna guess somebody else will actually put it to use. Where for me, it's just me being silly with my
What is this?
The only downside is, I don't think I can toss a grenade from here. I kind of can. I can land it there. Alright, they're spawning left. Because it is the only thing really. Sometimes they spawn on that side.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But yeah, this is literally the only 2 spawns. And also outcast. Like, we can make this all be outcast if we do it
Target
right.
spotted, Sheriff. Civilians in distress. Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
And yeah, we're getting actually a bunch of heavies there. That's actually slowing it down a little bit, but even that. And that guy was so affable.
Good work.
Yoink.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
You have only died to Guardian's explosions. The MP doesn't die. I mean, yeah, that's yeah. I've died to a bunch of Guardian explosions. That's how that kind of goes. Actually, yeah, let me use up most of this character's ones because I never run this character anyway. This usually. So. And yeah, that. Well, living is so hard, Russ. That's the real answer. Holy shit. Well, I mean, Guardians is actually better for this. Guardians will, in general. Wait, what are we missing? See one marker over there, but I can't actually see. Oh, that's her. I'm gonna guess. Kara needs a minute. That's fine. Yeah. Sometimes you get NPC spawning here, and they just bump you out of the way. I'll actually pop the next one, but we'll just wait for Kara. Or yeah, and yeah, it needs to be this zone. But actually, while Golden Bullet is powerful, this is actually
Target near you.
much faster with this, really. Because you get those explosions inside of the room. Even though Golden Bullet, of course, can make like reanimated would actually be because we've done it with reanimated. Reanimated is the fastest one, just because you can get. Yeah, somebody can get that purple. Oh, they're spawning left. Actually, let me see. Trying to find spots where I can toss grenades. Yeah, I'm gonna toss a grenade as well already. Yeah, sometimes they just get stubborn and all spawn on one side. But yeah, here those inside explosions, because also with reanimated, both of course the Reguluses get more powerful and
That's the target, Agent.
left side so. But then also this like these are the gas that drops down and stuff.
Target down. Good job.
I'm gonna foam there, letting the last few get out. Because here even like we're looting and stuff usually. Because one thing you do want to do here is actually loot, because if you don't, over time you'll
Nice.
just start getting slowed down from all the loot being in one place. In other places, it's still a little bit spread out. Like in Constitution, it's actually a little bit spread out. Here, it's all packed all together. So. Let me catch up here. Got a question made. Hotshot, Headhunter, MMR build. Which combination lands more damage for first shot? Chainkiller plus Araldi, Vigilance, Chainkiller, Providence, Vigilance, Providence, Headhunter plus Araldi, Vigilance. For first shot out of those three, likely Providence, Araldi, but whatever you're gaining in that first shot, you're losing in your cap. Yeah, okay, next money. So you're much better off going Chainkiller or Araldi, or even better, the two-piece Habsburg, although that's a very expensive one.
Target is nearby.
Because it'll increase your cap, and you won't make much difference to your first shot. In comparison, but also the true answer is Habsburg two-piece. Like that is the actual true answer between all of them. But from the ones you listed, likely the Providence. But then you're giving up your faster stacking with Chainkiller. Also, actually, likely not even chain killer Araldi would still likely the first shot. By not much though, by a tiny amount. Depending on also if you're graded your weapon. If you haven't graded your weapon, definitely, and if you have graded your weapon, it's basically it's going to be a tiny difference between the two of them. But yeah, 2B Habsburg, but yeah, that's if you haven't looked at it yet, it's a horrendous farm. You basically need to do it with watch outs. But you can't really even farm it unless you get insanely lucky. I see test as well.
Nice.
And yeah, I should test to give this same one answer basically.
Target down. Good job.
Civilians in distress.
That's another one down.
It's been my nightmare farm until now. Yeah. Yeah, you really need to, if you want to go for it, just in general, you're best off because even if you're graded up and Providence would win, you're still better off with Chain Killer just for its little bit faster stacking, making your second shot much more consistent on elites and stuff. But yeah, just Chain Killer Araldi as
Target is near you, Agent.
a much more just all rounder that kind of works out. Let's see, skill duration there. Let's send that. Really? There we go. Finally. Purple on the left if somebody can get them. Yeah, let's
That's the target, Agent.
yeah. Especially if they all spawn on one side, it can be.
You got the
As
target.
yeah, in the recent Guardians as well, I have a clip of like 54 seconds of
Good work.
like even a few seconds before starting the bounty to a few seconds after the bounty. So, but yeah, you don't get them that consistently like that, and yeah, you get a bunch of chameleons out of it as well.
Well done.
And, here and there, so that is quite handy too. I likely will do a few more here. I'll likely use whatever I have on this character because this evening I'll likely do it with my with the other characters so I can Regulus. But I also have a few hyena ones, so we might do those. They're usually more annoying because there's also, you know, disorient rounds going around,
Target near you.
but not as bad as Black Disc. Also, how am I never landing this first shot? I'm just gonna try to hit that truck. Yeah, there we go. There. I landed my first shot.
Damn! My leg!
Agent needs assistance.
I'll get cross up. But also, yeah, watch out for that one that way spawns. On left side.
Agent down.
Everybody keeps blowing themselves up, it seems. Oh, hi. Oh yeah. Oh, wait. How don't I? Why? Why don't I have crossbows?
An agent needs assistance.
I'm trying to get that guy to explode on this heavy. Or try to get the heavy through the explosion.
Rogue artillery turret detected. Hostile artillery turret detected.
Also, yeah, how don't I have crossbow bolts? What? Is it because I swapped specialization? It bugged it out somehow?
Agent down.
Get me out!
We've got to stop meeting like this.
Good work.
One escaped.
Damn. Almost bagged that agent.
We need this. I can kill him.
That's the target agent.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess I'm somehow bugged.
An agent needs assistance.
Target down. Good job.
Yeah, my group bar isn't filling up. No, that's weird.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Oh no, it is.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Because I've also not heard that sound in a while.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Well, let me see actually on this. I might have actually the bugginess. I don't know. That give me a star. Nah. It's just weirdness. Let me unload a different build. Yeah, let me load that. And then, yeah, I need to wait out the cams. I need to wait out one cam before I can. I need to load something that isn't survivalist like me. But I'll do that quickly. There we go. Go back to clips. Back to this. Back to... that and this. One more second. I'll be with you in 1 second. That, but oh, this is on cooldown, of course. There we go. Because yeah, I could really use some crossbows. That could help out a lot with that. There we go. That should maybe...
Friendly supply convoy in proximity.
Second 12? Oh, second 12 crit one? Nice. Oh, we haven't picked popped one yet. Yeah, let me use up my 2 hyena ones as well here. Because this character doesn't see that much use like that. I play duos most of the time. It's just want my first shot to send to kill veterans, which is around. So yeah. So usually you can already do that with the RLD chain killer plus having like 10 or 15 grading on your weapon. I would assume that would be enough. Because that's kind of around the same level. That, yeah. Left side. Let's make this a lefty again. And yeah, so that's going to be annoying, for instance, in the future, is I won't be able to do that. I forgot to put on my lefty. That would mean in the future that yeah, sucks to be me, basically. And, no lefty, no weapon swap. Hyenas seem to always kind of be more inconsistent of just not spawning all in the same spot. Hey, I even got a vindictive after earlier.
That's your target.
Oh,
Target down.
I'm getting crossbow bolts again. That's helpful because I can help with getting some of these helmets off.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
As I learn,
Looks like you earned
catch up
yourself
on
another
other
bounty.
chats as
Well
well.
done.
That one was ugly. Yeah. Don't worry about it. We've wiped plenty of times as well. Sometimes, you know, we get a little bit too aggressive and run into too many explosions. Because one thing we could do even here for speed as well is just the same that most people do for when you're speed farming, is just leave the loot on the ground and then come back and get it, you know, all together in one go later. But actually that slows this place down quite a bit. So. Also, you know, deltas, crashes, and stuff like that can cause issues. So might as well get our loot and never be a little bit slower, but more consistent. And yeah, I have one more bounty here. We'll do this one, and likely that will be it for me. Let me catch up here because IKEA was looking through your builds, and the HP AR Bruiser seems fun. Do you use it? Yeah, that's one of my more used builds actually, because that's the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, as I usually refer to it. But usually all of the tech tanks are actually in the build collection as bruisers, just because tech tanks, the tank part of tech tank, usually people have a reaction to that word. And they aren't that. They aren't full tanks, really, so I just call them bruisers. But yeah, it's very much, it's one of my preferred solo builds. All of the tech tanks, as they're in there, as the bruisers. So there's also a striker one. Also on the recommended build list, you can see which there's 3 of them on there, and all 3 are very much ones that I enjoy. Actually, there's more of those on there, but the Heartbreaker one is especially my preferred solo one, and then Striker and Negotiator are also pretty good. Striker just for extra damage, but less survivability, so a little bit better sometimes in like group setups and open world setups. And then the Negotiator is great for control points, especially. Oh, actually, oh no, somebody else is getting things better. Never mind. I thought I was being helpful, but turns out I'm not. Even as muddy as that. Seems to be a decent amount of status is coming out of muddy as well.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Can you catch anyone? God damn it. Okay, let's... Oh, really?
Defender drone detected.
So I hit the wrong wall twice, then I
Target down.
hit somebody's back, and then I... Yeah. Oh, hey, we're killing the person that is the thing that we're doing here, which is cheese. I usually call this a cheese.
Target down. Good job.
But yeah,
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
I think I have had my fill. Just running as well. Saw another chameleon pop up there. But actually, if you guys want to continue, you aren't completely out of it yet. I'll leave the world to you guys. I'll drop group here. I wanna, but yeah, first off as well, just thanks for the fun. GG. As well, they're all on stream as well, but I'll say it as that as well. And I'll leave the world to you guys if you guys wanna, if you guys want to continue, because it is available in that way, because it is a special world. So, and yeah, thanks very much, Cross and Cairo and Muddy there for helping out and running and the gunning. I'm gonna go get cleaned up here, and in the meantime, answer some of the last chats. Although, wait, somebody joined me? likely maybe for a share or something. So, oh, there we go. Oh, that happened. Okay. Clan level up. I was like, wait, why is Isaac talking to me? And yeah, I'm gonna keep that 10 burn because why not? Why cannot? I need to move some of these around a little bit actually. This guy's filling up too fast. Let's deconstruct all this. Let's pop our cat. Oh, actually, I'll come back later and pop my caches. Let me catch up on these last chats because I've been very into the game there for a second. I also don't have a memento. Which backpack do you suggest me to use? So with those bruisers, they're very much set up to be with the memento, so you can't really forego it. If you don't have the memento backpack and you kind of want to run a bruisery build, Hunter's Fury can just work really well. There's several hunters. There's a Hunter's Fury recommended folder in the build collection that you can have a look at if you want. But yeah, the tech tanks, the bruisers are very much memento is core to them basically. So what's the world setup? I don't have it here on this character anymore, but it was basically I haven't done any of the side missions on that world. I think maybe as well. Actually, yeah, Scooby Owl's already answered it. Set up a dummy for predation TV. Is it nice? And a bunch of Western bannies. Yeah. And yeah, that is not a setup that many people have. I also only just made it just to test some stuff out, and we found some interesting things like that. Well, you can have it. For instance, for me, it's on my fourth character basically. Like one of my characters is set up that way, and then I can always use somebody else as well to just, keep the world alive and move around. But of course, you then need to, have somebody for that. But yeah, it's not a common setup indeed. And hey there, Pamic as well. There's an option in settings to remove the loot pillars outside of. Yeah, I usually don't run that because, well, it wouldn't help out here because it's not that the loot pillars visually being there, but also just like. Because there's actually a little bit of a bugginess. We did that a few days ago. If you die there as well and then go back in, it respawns all of the enemies, and then it becomes a pile of bodies, quite a big pile of bodies. So it's more of the code being there than the actual loot beams. Maybe being one of them. The idea of tanks in this game is fundamentally inaccurate unless you, of course, are referring to the decoy. No, I wouldn't agree with that. The thing is, there is aggro mechanics. We just don't have good aggro mechanics. And the term tank, we actually use. I mean, if I don't know if there is a setup for Iron Horse that does not use a tank at some point. So they are useful in some places, but not in general. But it's also, the kind of depends on if you mean tank to be in the same way that, for instance, for you, skill builds is something like it just needs to be all skill. That's, for instance, not to me the same meaning. Hybrids, I would put under, if they're baning their drone, that to me is a skill build as well. And yeah, it would be cool if they actually, in the end, added just some aggro mechanics. Just, make shields have threat or something. Or add in a gear set that adds threat to the shield, because that's like a modification of a skill, kind of like X0 has, or something like that. That would be kind of cool. I would also make it something else than the Foundry, where you're like yourself tanky, and then you could have the other one be actually a tank build that builds up threat. But there are aggro mechanics in this game, and it's very obvious as well when you actually run a bruiser build that can do its damage. You kind of start noticing patterns of like if you can compete on the damage level, because like with most games, it's basically a threat mechanic underneath it. So there's threat bars towards enemies, and then once in a while, it'll the enemy will check who has the most threat and go towards that. The thing is, most full blue builds can't compete with a striker, can't compete with a glass red, or even like an obliterate red or something like that. So, but something like a Heartbreaker Tech Tank, it competes well enough. If it has proximity to the enemy, you can keep the aggro on that build, even when a full striker is unloading on. At least, well, Elmo one, Oreo ones will pull the aggro. But yeah, we just need, we need Vanguard to have, when you pull out your shield, you gain the same whatever the decoy gets. Basically, you become as a decoy. Yeah, no, he's Cairo, and needing a break is not a bad idea, as I'm going to go do that as well. Catch up on the other side as well. Let's take the Chinker early for now, then I'll find that Habsburg. I'll find that Habsburg combo. Yeah. Well, for that Habsburg combo, you just basically need to craft it. If you want to go farm for it, it's so unlikely to get 2 unicorns like that. But if you craft it out, and crafting it out means also basically just watch alting it. But yeah, it kind of depends on if you have a bunch of levels available to do that. Because for me, for instance, it cost in around 18k worth of watch alts, or 18k worth of requisitions. And I did it on my second account where I can do watch alts. I don't have the ability to do watch alts on my main account because all 4 character slots are filled in with actual characters. So I can't do it with this account that has a much more levels. So the other one is like 5.5k ish at that point, and it took me around 18k worth of watch points to get those 2 pieces. And although, for instance, Xander, a buddy of mine that also got it, he did it like in 9k. It's basically just RNG, so you might get super lucky, but it's an expensive investment. That's also why I only would recommend it if you really run that build, because also like on this account, mine is still this, and I'm not even gonna go farm for halves. If I get the piece, I'll keep it in my stash till I maybe get the other piece. But yeah, no. I don't have the resources here to craft it. Like most of my characters only have like 1.8k. Well, all my characters now will have 1.8k. I spend it in the same amount on all of them. So I would only have like 6k or 8k available. So yeah, that's not enough to get it. Not consistently. So I would rather spend it on other stuff. Yeah, thank you as well, Cross and Cairo, as well as both are in the chats there, in different chats as well. It's kind of funny. And yeah, glad you could join as well, and thanks for running some summits and running some bounties and some open world. I just keep an eye on. Yeah, if you get what the thing is with those, of course, if you get one, of course, use it. But yeah. Make taunting with gestures pull aggro. Yeah, that would be funny if you like ran to an enemy and pulled out the bell. You would get like ultimate aggro on them for 10 minutes or something. Like just running up to a hunter and going, "I'm here to read you the carols," and you would have threat for like 20 seconds or so. That would be funny. But yeah, no, just put this guy doesn't have Vanguard or anything. But yeah, just on, actually, it's on Vanguard. Here, literally add here for 20 seconds, gain whatever this stat is, whatever this thing has. Threat, this one. Is literally, when you pull it out, you get this much threat for this many seconds. Just do that, and yeah, that would help a lot. Because that's one of the things, we don't have any taunt mechanics, we don't have any fade mechanics and the stuff like that. That really hurts those kinds of builds, because you just can't compete with the red builds. So the threat just, they just avoid you and just go and kill the reds. Bulwark would go well with the threat mechanic. Yeah. I would put it into either a gear set well, I'm just speculating. I would either put it in the gear set that just alters whatever shield you have to have that mechanic. That could also give that a purpose versus Foundry, or rework Foundry to have that maybe, giving Foundry really like a tank build thing, which already it has, of course, but really making it that. And that would be then PvE as well, and then in PvP, for those that like to run very blue things can do other things. Or put it on a talent, just so, because yeah, if it's on a specific shield, that would still be annoying, because for most of it, for instance, yeah, with the Heartbreaker or with the tech tanks, I use Crusader shields. I would love those to have threat as well. Yeah, as I'll fix up the camera for these last few minutes, as yeah, mostly I'm just gonna see about, as I got raided by a bunch of people today. I'll pay it forward and raid someone else. I actually don't know if there is one person I am interested in sending everybody to, but I don't know if they're online. I'll okay. Yep. They've just started, so actually well timed on my part, as I did see them come online. So we are gonna send everybody to Toasty in a second from on the Twitch end. I'm gonna snooze that ad for a second before it actually pops in. Let me catch up some of these last ones. Tank is a motor ability to generate tank. Trying to define them with any like these kinds of things is silly, because tank just means tank. Tank means just something that tanks. You can try to define them, but that's so different within each game, because in so many of the games, the tank is just ill-defined. So, for instance, in Division, tank, what I would say is anything that tries to survive damage, because that's what in Division it would be. But just for here as well, ability to generate aggro doesn't need to be, because there's plenty of tank builds in other games as well that don't have aggro generation. They just take the damage, because mechanically sometimes those kind of builds are also useful. And yeah, self heals and damage mitigations and stuff, those are just, you know, the specific versions. So yeah, those are because a tank is basically literally anything that just, you know, has survival as its goal. I would define it as that. Hello, just got level 30 and done all main quests. Left some side stuff and then I will go to New York. Yep, that sounds like a good idea. So if you've reached level 30 and done the main missions, quests, likely you're actually at world tiers. So one thing I would recommend if you want to have the full story is to go through the world tiers. So you'll have missions once you've reached level 30 and completed capital. You'll have missions like these, red ones, leading into even more red ones. Which one is the invaded? Okay, Manning is invaded this week, so. But yeah, you want to clear up that as well. It is much shorter than the main campaign. So if you've reached 30 already, you go through the world tiers, you'll learn about a new faction and fight them in new and interesting ways. It is recommended to do that and kind of, you know, take that time as well. It's a little bit shorter than the main campaign, so you can get through it in a few hours. And then especially as well, if you want to go to New York and kind of story-wise want to keep it in line, especially do Conies once you reach World Tier 5. This will be available, Coney Island. Especially do Coney Island, because this leads into the story of New York. There are other off-site missions as well available. You can do them if you want to. They chronologically, technically happen before Warlords of New York, because they got released before Warlords of New York. But there's kind of standalone stories, so those don't matter too much to me. But I would definitely say, yeah, go to World Tier 5. So do the red missions, basically, and clear out the strongholds again, but with a new faction. And then do Conies, and then go to New York. If you kind of care about story. If you don't, you can. If you're more about gameplay and want to just get to end game to do building and stuff, you can Yeah, you're free to go as soon as you want, but yeah, kind of different takes for different players. When you pull it out, what? For a little bit in the DZ in Div 1, I remember Tank Man. I mean, D3 was pretty, ubiquitous in the DZ, I feel, at some points, until like Striker really pushed. Like, well, I mean, Striker, even when Striker was at full, I feel I saw a bunch of D3s and stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing as well in Division 2, because tankiness, it depends on how you define tankiness. Because, for instance, when I'm talking still about tanks, usually it's either hazard protection blue, but usually nothing else, like the tech tanks as well. And kind of why I avoid using the word tank for them is they're blue cores, but also there's still a bunch of red cores, and literally all of the miners are geared toward the damage. So they aren't tanks in that general sense. Their tank is this: there is a technician and then a shield. A technician, artificer, having a shield. That's also why you call them bruisers in the build collection kind of thing. Because also all of these terms are very ill-defined. So bruiser, I feel fits this much better than tank. But yeah, we always call them tech tanks, so I stuck to that. Yeah, I'm gonna send everybody on the Twitch end over to a good friend Toasty, as they are setting up with some legendary Manning duo speeds. And on the YouTube end, feel free to go watch some of my videos, or some of Dodd's videos, or somebody else's videos, or anybody's videos. And I'll be back this evening in like 6 hours to do even more, and we'll do likely some more bounty cheesing, because it's a good zone with gear sets today, or gear mods today. So I hope everybody enjoyed as I'm rambling while I'm waiting for this timer to run its course, and then we'll send everybody on Twitch over to One Way, and I'll say goodbye to both the Twitch people and the YouTube's people now. And normally, I, of course, always sign off with "Have a good night." Instead, I'll do it now with "Have a good day." And if it is night, have a good night. But for me, it's a "Have a good day." I am still gonna go sleep, so maybe have a good night. But I'm rambling. Have something. I'll hopefully see some of you later. Have fun.
Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it.